You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts. And remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Couple of interesting notes to end up with after LT tells you about the New York Butcher Shop. Our state bets split over the weekend, the ones you knew about. I won LSU outright. LT won the yards rushing for Ole Miss. Meanwhile, I did win one for UCLA, but more on that when I need to pull that out of my back pocket to take one of my bad ones, like maybe Jeff Saturday getting more wins in the next 7 games than Lane Kiffin does in the next 1, 2, or 3 games as the Ole Miss head coach.
Or taking my Rams to make the playoffs. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Don't forget the huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch meeting with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you. Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Smuff does ask a great point. If you wanted to pay off in steaks to Brownie that left nut you owe him, how many steaks equals a nut?
It's a lot of steaks.
That's going to be. If you said you've got to give up steak for the rest of your life or the nut, I would give up steaks.
Yeah, but then I don't get those steaks. You're going to have to give those steaks up to me. Yeah, this is. If you don't think I'm going to hold this over Lance's head for quite a while, you're crazy.
Were you going to bring the $7?
Huh? I got $7 in my pocket right now. Turns out I didn't need it.
Yeah, but you don't technically really want the nut either, though, do you?
No, I don't. I just want to hold this over Lance's
keep
head.
it in a jar?
Huh? Always got to have the nut.
Well, no, I'll pass that.
Interesting movement on the betting line for Western Kentucky's trip to Jordan-Hare Stadium, 3 o'clock this week on the SEC Network.
Auburn is down to a 5.5-point favorite. This opened at 6.5, which if you haven't paid attention to us or college football, you might have been surprised at how low that opened. For the 3 o'clock SEC Network kick at Jordan-Hare, it's already dropped a full point, Lance, down to 5.5, which tells me what?
It tells you probably sharp early money is leaning Western Kentucky because you know the public's going to be all over an SEC team laying less than a touchdown at home.
Such a weird line.
I think Auburn gets the benefit. It's a 3 o'clock game as opposed to an 11 o'clock game.
That helps a little, yeah.
It's going to be hard to recreate the atmosphere that Auburn had on Saturday night.
Yeah, you will not.
It
for
won't
Western
even
Kentucky.
come close. Yeah. In Western Kentucky, they've won 4 of 5. They beat UAB. It's a team that can score a lot of points.
4th leading passer in the nation
and Austin Reed.
Austin Reed. Yeah.
LSU, a 14.5-point favorite, hosting UAB. That series is tied 1-1. Ole Miss, 3.5 coming off the loss to Alabama in Fayetteville against Arkansas. Florida is a 14.5-point favorite. Big number on the road in Nashville after that Vandy win over Kentucky. Georgia's 22.5 on the road at Kentucky, same place Vandy just won. And Tennessee, 21.5 on the road at South Carolina. That's the Herbstreit Fowler game this week. Cedric Tillman expected to be ready for that game, according to Josh Heupel.
Say that again. Herbstreit Fowler are going to Tennessee at South Carolina.
Is the state fair still happening there?
No, I think they've shut her down, Jimmy. Things got too cold for that.
I mean, is there a chance that that the Tom Hart crew thought that they would be at the Tennessee-South Carolina game?
Yeah. I mean, Tennessee's only a 3-touchdown favorite on the road.
They walked in and said, tell you what, Herbstreit and Fowler's decided they want to do that game. Tennessee-South Carolina, prime time on ESPN this week with the Herbstreit crew. Should be a lot of fun. That's a fun show today here on a Monday. Thanks to everybody, including Joel Klatt and John Samuel Schinker, who are on the show with us today. We're back with you at 9 a.m. Central on Tuesday. a new Mystery Fifth Hour. We're about to go record one of those. Get that on all of our platforms, wherever you get your podcast. And don't forget to remember to like and subscribe at all the Next Round platforms. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, live show happening now on a Tuesday where we lost the last NFL team unbeaten last night. We get the college football rankings 3.0 a little bit later on, and we have some late night basketball tonight for you Alabama fans down in the Mobile area playing South Alabama, 9 o'clock tip on that one a little bit later on. That's 9 Central, I believe.
That is correct,
I'll
yes.
double check that. But
You don't have to.
Brown is confirming it is 9 Central as we get going. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, that is Ryan Brown. Rockstar, Lunsford, Forrester, Tyler the intern, and, of course, Taylor Korn handling everything social media. She's building graphics right now. We'll share our vote if we were on the committee a little bit later on, and we'll do our upset alert as well. So she's building all those graphics. But let's start with what Lane Kiffin said yesterday at his news conference. Before we get to what Lane says, do you guys believe Alabama is officiated differently than anyone else in the SEC? Just that question first.
That's a broad question, Jim.
You asked me earlier.
You don't build a 4-hour show on very precise questions, Brown. You start broad.
That's very broad, Jim.
I think in the past maybe a little. I just think it's bad officiating overall.
I do think there's bad officiating. I did the numbers some time ago. I'd have to go back and find them. If you want me to, I can. But I did.
But the overall view is Alabama's got a lot of penalties this year, so
They
are
do,
getting
but
a ton of penalties called on them.
But I did the Saban era, and this is overall. This is not just conference games, but by and large, you're playing with SEC officials just about every week. Overall, Alabama's average yearly where they rank penalties per game and where their opponents rank penalties per game. I think if I can remember from my research, Alabama ranked 9th overall on average in penalties per game, and their opponents ranked 6th, if I remember right. And I might have those reversed. It might have been Alabama 6th and opponents 9th. But either way, it's pretty close. So the numbers would tell you no, historically, on average, Alabama is not officiated any differently because Alabama fans claim they're held to a higher standard. That they have to be exceptional not to get penalties called because the assumption is Alabama's an exceptional team. That's what a lot of Alabama fans say. A lot of other teams in the conference say it's the exact opposite. Alabama gets the benefit of the doubt on every call.
You know, it's interesting, and I think we've brought this point up before, that when you talk about outstanding players, they get preferential treatment. But outstanding programs or franchises, it's the complete opposite.
It depends on where you're looking at this, right? If you're an Alabama fan, you do think you're held to a higher standard in officiating sometimes. If you're trying to knock Alabama off, or now Georgia, you feel like you've got to play a little extra, that they're going to get the calls, it seems like. But to hear an SEC coach through a player's mom talk about one player being protected more than another player because of the program he plays at, man, these are the kind of comments that would just make my hair stand on end if I was Greg Sankey at the SEC office. Here's Lane Kiffin yesterday at his news conference parroting what he heard from Jackson Dart's mom so he doesn't get fined.
Could we just get your thoughts on the officiating from that game?
Yeah, you probably missed me by a day. I probably would have said a lot of different things. But like I said, I've put the game behind us. We can't go back and win the game by calling a different play, changing something. So it is what it is. Obviously the Jackson part and after the whistle stuff, is disappointing. Talked to his mom, just kind of apologize even though it's out of our control. So, like she mentioned, it's just a shame her son gets treated different based off what SEC program that he's at. On game day and protected different. So, is what it is. And, we move on.
I suspect you won't answer
and
this.
Let's make sure that quote was right. Like she said, not me. I really don't want to get fined today. can't find me for what someone else says.
Yeah, we'll test that.
Yeah, we'll test that water
What a,
there.
what
but-
a whiny bitch. Though.
Yeah,
But we talked about it
You're talking about
yesterday.
Lane Kiffin, not Jackson Dart's mom.
No, I'm talking about, Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
Now, we talked about it yesterday on the show that Dallas Turner getting up and pushing Dart and then going back for a second shove of the helmet should have been flagged.
Should have been, 100%.
If they saw it, it should have been flagged. And, I'm okay if there's a reprimand afterwards. You got videotaped and you can do whatever you want to do in that situation. I mean, that's BS. I mean, I don't like that for any program, a guy doing that to anybody.
Yeah, come on now. You're making it sound like he just grinded his face in the dirt. I mean, he
No,
just
but
It was egregious. There's no doubt.
It is
pushing
a bad,
himself up. I got no problem with it. I mean, it's a penalty. It's a penalty.
It's a bad look. I mean, you're pushing. Everybody gets that little shove as they're getting up. You see that a lot. But the second push of the
double
helmet,
tap.
the second push of the helmet, that's Bush League. Come on now, you don't want that in your program.
I think Bush League's a little too far. I think you're going too far there.
I tend to agree with Dunaway. It was a little Bush League. I think it 100%, if they would have seen it, it would have gotten called.
Is it a penalty? Yeah, it's a penalty. But,
Okay, well, let me go.
Bush League to me is...
Hey, look,
Let me go to law after the touchdown pass. Okay, the game-winning touchdown pass. The kid coming back, who'd been raked out of bounds. Now he's coming back. He throws a little quick arm to the Ole Miss player, and then
to that.
I mean that's out of bounds. I don't like that either. And then you get the pushback from the Ole Miss player.
Yeah, they let him go.
Usually that's the
That's
one
right.
that gets flagged.
That's good officiating.
And
They
that
let
is good
go.
officiating because both of them got a shot in there.
Is the Dallas Turner thing a penalty? Yeah. I mean, is it egregious in Bush League? Bush League is a chop block that takes the guy out of the game. I mean, Dallas Turner, he had a bad face mask. That one actually got called, but I don't think he's a dirty player.
Nobody called him a dirty
I
player.
know,
I
but
said
you're
that
saying it's egregious in Bush League. I mean, that's a step away
on
from
that
it.
one play.
said
That's
it
not
was
a dirty
egregious, but-
player.
Yeah, I
That's
don't.
not a dirty player. Don't
I
put words
think
in my mouth.
more Bush League is Lane Kiffin coming out and saying that.
There's no doubt. And if Jackson Dart's mom, if I'm Jackson Dart, I tell mom, shut up. And I know I should honor you more than to tell you to shut up, and that's bad as a son. But I don't need you out there fighting my battles. I'm a grown man. If they're hitting me late, let me deal with it. I don't need my mom coming to the rescue.
And I think that's another bad look from Lane Kiffin, not only bitching and whining about it, but
dragging the mom in it.
using
Yes.
Jackson Dart's mom.
as a shield. That is a bad look. Now, that being said, what Lane is talking about, I agree on the push. But when you're talking late hits and such like that, how do you think Bryce Young's parents feel after what happened at Tennessee? There's another game where there's blows to the head, there's late hits there's even targeting review where it's obvious targeting. So back to the main point, the officiating and the protection. What Lane is saying is an egregious comment because Bryce Young's not getting protected at Tennessee. So it's not by program, Lane. It's by just officiating crews that are missing calls or they're officiating different in different situations along the way because Bryce Young got blown up.
He did.
in Knoxville.
And even in Oxford, there was a play. It was the fourth quarter where Alabama's going left or right. And I'm not going to remember which down it was. But if I remember right, it's an incomplete pass in the end zone, okay, to the right corner of the end zone. And Young gets blown up at the end of the play. Now, again, I don't have a problem with that. That's football.
That's right.
But a week ago, it was a penalty on Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah, but
so that there's no consistency with this is what Nick Saban has complained about.
And you go back and you look at, and I mentioned this, the high 22s of the LSU-Alabama game, the hits that Bryce got after his throws over and over and over and over again, that is the kind of the hits that wear on you in a game, and it makes you inaccurate as Bryce was in that game. You're expecting that next hit to come. So to say one program is getting protected, the players are getting protected because of the programs they play at, is a bad assumption there and a bad accusation by Lane Kiffin, I think, that should be dealt with by the league, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think it will be. I mean, as Brown said, he can try that, but we'll see how that works out. But when he brings up program, is he talking about Alabama or is he talking about Ole Miss?
Well, he's talking about Alabama compared to Ole Miss, that Ole Miss is on a different level than Alabama is, that Alabama gets some kind of protection. Their players get more protection than my lowly Ole Miss players protected.
that is
That's
completely
what,
false.
That's what he's insinuating.
But do you read anything into that? Like, I can only do so much at Ole Miss. Again, is that a little cryptic?
No, I mean,
No,
who
I'm talking
says
about-
this more than Auburn fans, Lance?
Yeah.
I mean, if he were campaigning for the Auburn job, he couldn't have a better campaign slogan. I think it's on the back of the diploma at Auburn that Alabama gets all the calls. I mean, that's their quarterback last year said it on our show. Said the sign, as they like to say now, he said the quiet part out loud, right? That Alabama gets all the calls. Said it on our show. The SEC office was pissed at Bo Nix last year because of what he said on our show. Pissed. I mean, he called him out. He said on our show, Alabama gets the calls, and he said it after the Georgia game too. He didn't quite walk as far, but after the Georgia game, he said, we just don't get those calls at Auburn. But then later on, he doubles down and says, no, Alabama gets all the calls. I think this year has shown you, maybe it's just this year, that's just not true. It's just not true. All you got to do is watch this season and you see that.
Yeah, and see, I agree. I don't think it's true, but nobody's going to believe me because I'm Jimmy Bama.
Yeah, and then I get lumped into that too, and that's fine. I don't really care one way or the other. But, I watched that Ole Miss game, and I know Ole Miss is belly aching about the officiating. I thought the officiating was bad in that game, but I thought it was bad on both sides. I mean, it was bad on both sides. Like I saw this Super Cup video some Ole Miss somebody put out that had all the penalties they missed, and they showed the missed pass interference in the first quarter, which was a missed pass interference. But it also came after Ole Miss was 2 yards short of the first down. And the officials just spotted on the first down line and moved the sticks, and nobody says a word.
But, the best in the world are NFL officials, and they missed multiple calls, big calls last night.
No doubt. That face mask was massive.
Yeah.
So we'll get back into that. Interesting comments from Lane Kiffin as we move throughout the show. Josh Pate joins us in the next segment. Late Kick Josh. He'll be with us at 9:25 Central. Always fun to catch up with him. He's heading to L.A. this week for the USC-UCLA game. Part of our show today being brought to you by the folks who bring you the lock, our friends at Hemp Hill Services. LT's lock last night. Was that a freebie, the Monday night game?
No. See, I lost the lock, which was the Celtics. I ended up going 4-3 overall, though.
4-3 last night. You can get his plays, and the free lock goes out a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor on Twitter, and it's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, look, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Can I just real quickly say that Lane Kiffin is losing some credibility, maybe not on this topic, but when you sent out the tweet he sent out with the Lions laying in the road saying, this is what I felt like playing Texas A&M when their players kept falling to stop the clock, and then
his guy does it.
You instruct your guy to do it,
Yeah.
you've lost all credibility. Yeah. You can't bitch about stuff like that, and then when it benefits you, you do it.
Again,
but that's what you're going to get with Lane. I mean, that's
I know.
he's a showman. I mean, that's part of the Lane Kiffin experience, and I'm here for it. I enjoy the entertainment factor of Lane Kiffin.
I think all of this gets in the way of him ever being an elite coach.
Okay, now if I'm watching this show right now, I would transition into the Auburn coaching search and saying, oh, there's the next round, the Alabama flagship station trying to trash Lane before he comes to Auburn.
No, look, I think
I'll beat you guys. Just save your typing. I'll beat you to the comments there.
No, I'll just go on to tell you, it would be a good hire. I just, I don't know. There's just, once you think Lane has matured a little bit, he takes a couple of steps back.
Yeah,
there's just no need. It's just him being bitter.
Okay, reaction, Brown, if you can pull up the chat room, our Vulcan Tire chat room over there to our Jackson Dart's mom's comment from Lane Kiffin. Y'all remember American Pie? It was always about
Stifler's mom.
Stifler's mom.
That one nerdy guy, I loved her.
Yeah.
The funny thing is Stifler's mom is batshit crazy. The girl that's in White Lotus, Jennifer Coolidge.
Yeah.
I mean, you can tell she's nuts.
Like in real life?
Oh, yeah.
Well, she was in studio with us one time, and she was all about. We had an intern named Jack the intern, and she was he's really cute. What's his story?
Like you think art imitates life a little too well for her?
Yeah, she was all about Jack.
Yeah. NH3, I'm reading the comments. Is that what I'm doing here on the Vulcan Tire and Automotive?
Yes.
Okay.
First, though, Jay, damn, look at the flagship Bama show trashing Lane before he comes to Auburn.
I love it. That's pretty funny.
Was that voice to text? You choose my voice, Jay?
NH3425 says SEC officiating is bad, but they try preventative officiating and won't react most of the time to throw a penalty. If they don't see the penalty start to finish, they won't throw a flag. It's hard to say in a season where Alabama's had 15 and 17 penalties in 2 games. But I do feel like, by and large, I watch a ton of college football. I do feel like, by and large, you're allowed to play more in the SEC than any other conference.
They do
especially in the secondary.
Yeah, they let you they get a little bit more handsy on the offensive line and in the secondary. And I'm here for letting you play in the secondary a little bit.
I am too.
Because I go back to the back shoulder throws, how my guy Mike Evans in the NFL is great at running into you, and while you're making that contact, pushing you away from him and then catching a ball.
Which you claim that's what happened against Terrion Arnold on that one pass interference.
The first pass interference. I think any human, as he starts to fall on his back, will grab something to keep from falling, and that's
natural instinct.
What you do as a DB, I'm about to fall, and I grab this guy as he's pulling away. It's pass interference. It's by the rules, the way it's written, but that's just the way we run routes now.
Josh, who is an Auburn fan, says even more of a reason I'm all in on Freeze, not Kiffin, is stuff like this.
I would agree.
Josh, a different Josh, says officiating overall is just bad. Proved further by the NFL game last night. How bad do refs look to have to review a call with an obvious missed face mask? Yeah, that is bad. Like when you can't correct the face mask, but you're having to review something else, and on that review there was the most obvious face mask that you missed. But there's nothing you can do about that one. That one's uncorrectable.
So bad, though.
Yeah.
The Shepherd writes in at Next Round Live on Twitter, shit on Auburn and Lane Tuesday, ? He must be coming.
LT Gray says, with the amount of money being on the line, it is not time to make officials across the board, NFL and college, full paid employees. Part-timers keep screwing it up. I kind of agree on that.
Okay, but who's going to apply for these full-time jobs?
If the money's right, anybody that's doing it right now.
Right. So it's going to be the same people. We're just going to pay them full time.
But, I mean, I think anything you do full time, you're better at than something you do part time.
No doubt. More repetition, more studying.
Yeah. I mean, you don't think that?
Oh, what do these guys do for a living?
Let's say they sell insurance.
Okay,
all right? So he shot at Tyler Watts.
There's a good chance this guy sells insurance for 6, 7, 8 hours a day, and he goes home at night. And you know what he does?
He probably watches the games on TV.
And he studies officiating. It's all he does year round. It's his hobby. You guys, these guys.
I think he puts on that uniform on the weekend and rolls out there.
Wipes the dust out of his eyes.
I'm telling you guys that even if we paid these guys full time, the officiating wouldn't change at all.
Oh, I think it would.
No, we would look at it through the same prism we look at it now. So my guys are getting screwed. You guys are getting all the calls because I love my guys and hate you guys, and that's the way it's going to be.
You think in no walk of life, am I better at something if I do it full time than if I do it part time?
I believe in my truest of truth, these guys are doing the best they can, and there are only so many great officials in the world, and those are in the NFL right now, and they trickle down. We're going to be pulling from the same pool. There's only so much water on earth.
Yeah.
There's only so many officials on earth, and we're going to be pulling from the same pool.
At 1 o'clock today, you've got to leave here and go to Vulcan Tire and Automotive and change tires and oil for an 8-hour shift. You think you're going to be as good at this job?
At this job?
Yeah. From 9 to 1 every day. Because now you've worked from 1
I would.
to...
You know why?
You wouldn't.
I would.
You've worked from 1 to 9 at night. You don't see any of the games.
This is the job I care most. No offense to Vulcan Tire and Automotive, but this is the job I care about most.
Yeah, but
this is my hobby. This is my love.
But your attention is being split now. You got to go do that for an 8-hour shift.
It's not a full-time job. It's like
we'll never
you guys
know.
play casual golf.
Right.
And
if I practiced every day,
golfers, it's much different.
If you practiced and played every day, you would get better. That's the way it works.
But I would be marginally better. I will not be tremendously better. You guys think all the bad calls are going to go away if we go down to full-time official.
I'm sitting here.
That is not true.
I'm trying to rack my brain back to that terrible game that I watched with the Rams and the Cardinals on Sunday. I don't really remember any over-the-top bad calls. My point is, typically in the NFL, you might get a bad call a game. In the SEC, you're getting 3 or 4 every game.
But the NFL officials aren't full-time. They have jobs, right?
Yes, they do.
I'm still saying they're the best.
They are the best. There's no doubt about that.
The best.
Yeah.
But you could have better if it was a full-time job.
Yeah, I agree with Lance on this. It's not perfect. I'm not saying it's perfect. I mean, Rory McIlroy works as hard as anybody. He's going to miss a cut. But you know what? He's the best golfer in the world.
Our friends at Bromberg's, if you're ready to pop the question and get a full-time person in your life, you can do that with our friends at Bromberg's with that perfect engagement ring.
Yeah, look, our friends at Bromberg's, they definitely are the diamond specialists. Look, if you're looking to pop the question this football season, this holiday season, I should say. You need to get in and see our friends at Bromberg's. Nothing like getting or giving that silver box from Bromberg's. Since 1836, Bromberg's has established that solid reputation. It is a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
I mean, I will say the SEC this year has completely missed a down in the Alabama-Tennessee game. Had to go to review just to see if there were 4 downs. I mean,
and the SEC is still the best officiating conference in the country.
I say it all the time. Lance watches Pac-12 football. You watch Pac-12 football.
Horrible.
They have weekly one that people would burn a stadium down in the SEC for. But the Pac-12 doesn't care enough about football to do that.
You can count on it every week.
Every week in the Pac-12. They are awful. They are by far and away the worst.
And I do want to say in the biggest game this past weekend, the Vikings and the Bills, there were 12 players on the field when the Bills had a sack, and they didn't get
the
it right.
best officials in the world right there. And you just keep watering it down as you get down to the college level and then the high school level. I saw some great officiating Friday night. Just keeps going down and down.
Are you
and
being
down.
facetious?
I was. Josh Pate is coming up in the next segment. Josh Pate is coming up in the next segment. We'll talk about the games on the field with him. The show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City is that guy, and he is ready to help you out. It's a free, no-cost roof inspection right now. All you have to do is call 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. He'll give you that free, no-cost roof inspection. If you hadn't had that roof inspected in a while, it's time to do so right now. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him, and he's got the best warranties in the world. Locally owned for over 20 years, this is the guy you've got to know if you've got a roof issue. It's Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing. We talk to the myth, the man, the legend, Josh Pate next.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. And there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Bud Light game nights Thursday at Mugshots in Vestavia. Come hang out with us 5 to 7. At some point through the show today, we got to go back to what we had a great dinner with friends last night, what we ate just as appetizers last night.
So good.
Let's get to that later in the show. Josh Pate is standing by. So too is our friends at MyBookie, Brownie.
MyBookie.ag, Dunaway, is where you go, and you use code NEXTROUND when you're there, and they will match your initial deposit 50%. Up to $1,000. That's right. Half deposit match all the way up to $1,000 when you sign up free at MyBookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND. When you play with MyBookie, you're not just betting, you're joining the winning team. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. That is MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND to get that half deposit match up to $1,000. Josh Pate is Late Kick Josh. You see him on 24/7. That's where he is on Twitter. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Josh Pate? How are you?
Are you guys ready to wait through a basketball game tonight for your college football rankings after 9 p.m.?
It is my least favorite rankings of the year. The ranking show wears on me anyway because everybody got to have a hot take, and everybody likes to yell it over one another. And most of the like 99% of the stuff they get pissed about is always going to work itself out, but you have to be pissed about it because you got to fill an hour or whatever. This is my least favorite one of all those.
Little known fact, Josh.
Do you think
little known
go
fact?
Ahead, Dunaway. It's your show.
No, little known fact. There is now a tobacco road between Tuscaloosa and Auburn. We're a basketball state this year, man.
Yeah, so I heard. Do you think that the talent there at ESPN, far be it for them to admit it, but think that they or on these Tuesdays and they pull out their key card?
We lost Josh totally there.
Wow.
And the connection.
I do want to say about tonight's selection show, there is no drama. There's no intrigue. I think everybody knows exactly what 1 through 6 is going to be.
But I wondered where Josh was going because he started talking about ESPN key cards, and that sounded like that was going to be fun. So, Josh, let's pretend like you never dropped and start that thought over.
Yeah, I'm not going to say another word. That's how powerful that network is. Wow. So I'm just going to say I'm looking forward to a fun-filled evening of rankings on ESPN. God bless everyone who works there.
And long live Elon Musk.
I'm just saying it wouldn't be the most exciting day for me to show up to work. I work in an avenue, and I work for a company that fortunately, when I say I don't care, they just say, okay, don't talk about it. They don't have that option at ESPN. So
they don't.
To each their own, I guess.
Do you have a feeling, because I don't, that TCU wins out?
I didn't, but I keep saying that, and yet we keep on ticking games that I thought they would lose off the schedule. If I had to lean one way statistically, I would still say no. But the thing about what they did last week is not just that they won. They kind of took out the Swiss Army knife and they peeled out the screwdriver or the wood corkscrew, and all of a sudden they can win defensively, which I didn't think was possible for them. Maybe Texas contributed to that greatly. I still don't think they do. To me, what my bigger question is, instead of the whole TCU versus and the hypotheticals is, as unlikely as it is, what do you think they do if they're forced to choose between SEC champ LSU and one-loss Tennessee? If those were the A and B, how would they go on that? I still have no feel for that.
I think you got to go Tennessee because Tennessee whipped their ass.
But they tell you, and I want to emphasize they, not me, they tell you if you got a conference championship, that elevates you possibly above and beyond. And the only time that we as the committee account for head-to-head is when we view you as like totally equal. So would they view them as equal? Because if that's the case, you're right. Slam dunk. Tennessee goes. They got the head-to-head. I just don't know. And I know good and well I'm not going to get a straight answer from them tonight, so I guess we're just left speculating.
No, but in that scenario, you know, Lance, and I agree with you, LSU beat Tennessee head-to-head, but that if I'm LSU, I'm like, yeah, but I beat Georgia head-to-head, and they're in. See what I'm saying? I mean, at that point, I think head-to-head, it's been a round robin. LSU's beaten Georgia, Georgia's beaten Tennessee, Tennessee's beaten LSU, so I don't think anything between the two teams on the field matters at that point. Now you just got to determine, as you said, Josh, all right, one of them's a conference champion. So we value that. We think Georgia's the better team, so they're in. Tennessee, enjoy the Sugar Bowl.
And, hey, FSU's rolling right now. That looked like it was going to be an albatross around LSU's neck, and all of a sudden FSU's quietly like one of the 15 highest-performing teams in the country in the second half of the season. So I don't know if that's going to matter, but let's not forget that.
Because we didn't want to violate any of your copyrights, we did not play your take on Lane Kiffin's post-game comments and some of the things he said about the loss to Alabama. You sort of read into the little boosterism play that Lane Kiffin was doing there, whether it was his boosters or some boosters who may hire him someday. Give us your take on that again so we can have it on our platform too.
Well, the next time we go after someone legally will be the first time we go after someone legally. So feel free to clip away from now on. But look, so you guys know this because you've covered way more coaching searches than I have, but you know how these hires are actually made. And you know who the folks are sometimes who make the hires. And while young, impressionable kids out there may think that these are folks who have just not made the cut at NASA, so their next choice after not being a rocket scientist is running an athletic department, that's not necessarily the case. And sometimes these people are swayed or impressed by the most irrelevant, meaningless of things. And what Lane Kiffin's done is he's put together a body of work. He is who he is as a coach. But what he does, I think, publicly creates this image of him. And sometimes the image is happy-go-lucky, fun-loving, goofy, active on Twitter. Now, the reality is you can be that and also be a good coach, and you are what you are. But I think when he got in his postgame the other day, maybe it was already planned out, maybe it wasn't, but I think he knew I need to show a little edge about myself. And so he did his best Nick Saban impersonation. And they asked him some innocuous question about how Quinshon Judkins had a good day on the ground, and he took it like Nick Saban often does. And he already had an answer, and he just needed the question to reverse engineer the answer into. And so the first important thing he did was he cussed. You've got to do that to impress people. Okay. So he did that. And so I can already hear a lot of grown men giggling. Oh, listen to him. And then he started talking about how we don't care about that stuff. We care about winning. We came here to win. We didn't come here to cover spreads. We didn't come here to almost. We came here to win. That's the kind of stuff that gets those booster group texts fired up. That's the kind of thing that gets that high-level booster to text the AD or the chancellor or the president and say, this is what we need. In reality, it's just a guy talking into a microphone. But if you're that close, if you're in the conversation and you need some intangible thing to push you over the finish line, that's the kind of thing you do.
Josh Pate is with us at Late Kick Josh on Twitter. You can see him on 24/7 Sports as well. Every single week, he is headed to the Pacific Northwest, or I guess the West Coast.
Yeah,
I want to call it the Pacific Northwest.
We'll pull out the big map later.
West Coast. Sorry. I was about to say the Pacific 12, and then I was like, well, that sounds stupid. They don't call it that anymore.
Thank you, Keith Jackson.
So that I said Pacific Northwest, which said it even dumber. Should go Pacific 12. He's headed to the Pac-12 this week. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Is it easier to name SEC Coach of the Year or National Coach of the Year?
Could one of them be the other?
Yes.
I mean, I know Sonny Dykes is right here in the middle of this thing, and then it looked like Josh Heupel could still be Josh Heupel. Brian Kelly's right there in the mix. Listen, I just named one national coach and 2 SEC coaches, so I guess my answer is national coach.
I think it is, and that's why I asked that, because I do think it would be Sonny Dykes. I mean, I think it's nobody pays enough attention. Jim Mora Jr. has to get some consideration. That is just a horrific program that he's winning games at. But I don't know who I'd even go in the SEC. I mean, what Heupel's done has been terrific, but this is year one for Brian Kelly, and he slayed the dragon, and he's going to Atlanta. I don't know how you look past him.
I just think back so much to that opening night. And I hearken back to when Chip Kelly started at Oregon and their opening night in his tenure at Boise. They lose a close game. LeGarrette Blount just cold cocks a Boise player. And I remember it's so vivid in my mind, that image of him trying to get his team into the locker room after the game. And he's a new head coach here on the big stage. And I remember thinking, oh, man, like, how's this ever going to work out? And it works out fine. And likewise, Brian Kelly, night one at LSU. He's far more seasoned, but the way that game ended against Florida State, it just felt like such a disaster. I tweeted about an hour ago, 2 quotes from an LSU buddy of mine. The same person said both things. One of them is, Brian Kelly era is not going to last long here. And then a couple months later, Brian Kelly's dunking on all y'all. Like he didn't even remember saying the first thing. And so I'm not going to call him out by name yet, but it certainly is very, very valuable blackmail material for me. But I think that it's one thing if you just start hot and you don't ever undergo any kind of adversity. They started with adversity out of the gate and then rebounded quite nicely. And they had a blowout against Tennessee, as we were just talking about, mixed in there. So I can make an argument. If you wanted me to go politician mode, I can make a solid argument for all 3 of them.
Yeah, and I think nationally, I mean, much like TCU, I don't think that they're going to close the deal. But if USC or North Carolina runs the table, Lincoln Riley and Mac Brown would have to be in the conversation.
Let me see if you guys agree with this. So, A, I agree with what you just said. B, I don't think anyone's watching North Carolina football. I'm convinced no one is watching their games. And everyone starts to try and sound smart. So on Sundays and Mondays, they go to their nearest microphone and they say, ooh, Drake May needs to get more Heisman love. Well, give him love. Like, you're on air. Talk about him. And the point is, most folks aren't ready to talk about him because I don't think they're watching North Carolina football games. And I said that the other night, and I got some of the dirtiest DMs from fans of North Carolina. And I'm like, I'm trying to defend your guy here. I don't think people are watching. And then the other thing is, since they don't watch, they just go pull up scores. And all they see is North Carolina right now is like Auburn 2010. They're winning every one possession game. They are 6-0 in one possession games. And so either they're not watching them, or they look at the scores, or they may be watching them and say, well, they're just barely getting by. I can do better than Mac Brown. Like, okay, whatever. I think he's had a really good year.
You spent some time in New Orleans with the UCF and Tulane game this past week on your tour. Gus Malzahn looks like he's having fun. Is that real? Is he having a blast?
He smiled.
He smiled.
Yeah, he smiled a whole lot. It's not something that necessarily we saw a lot while he was at Auburn. I think that's a book. I think that is a Netflix series whenever someone's ready to make it. And you just start in 2017. I was talking to Christy Malzahn on the field down in New Orleans, and I said, you know what I remember? I remember when you guys lost to LSU in 2017. In the post-game press room, before Gus walks in, she's in there leaned up against the wall, and the entire Auburn media contingent is in there and well within earshot of her. They're just openly speculating about who the next Auburn head coach is going to be. And she didn't say a word. And I told her, it's crazy when you think in retrospect how that turned out, because it was only a few weeks later. You beat number 1 Georgia, you beat number 1 Bama, you push Auburn up against the wall, you leverage Arkansas against them, you get a new contract with a massive buyout. Then you're bought out a couple of years later. Now you're in a perfect position. And they tell you 5 minutes after you walk in the door at UCF, oh, by the way, we're going to the Power 5. So you're still going to be a Power 5 coach. You're living the buyout life while also living the Power 5 life. Who gets to do that? Oh, and by the way, you're also going to get to live in Florida 12 months out of the year. So there's that. If nothing else works for you, there's that.
Rockstar, would you put a Netflix show about Gus Malzahn on the viewing menu?
Well, I'd put anything on there if it's as long as Chip's not there. Potato Chip. Screw everything over for me.
Josh Pate, watch him. Late Kick Josh. He's taking a train over the Rockies out to the magical West Coast. The victory bell. He'll be ringing the victory bell for somebody this weekend. Josh, thank you for the time. Enjoy it.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care, Josh Pate with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline at Late Kick Josh on Twitter.
Yeah, that game has lost so much steam.
It really has.
It really has. More on that in just a second. But first, our friends at Backyard Adventure want to remind you that nothing that's lost steam when it comes to holidays and making your kids smile. You do that with our friends at Backyard Adventures, Backyard, Alabama. Go to the website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. Check out the design specifically for you, Backyard Adventure Playground. They have a 3D designer. You can build your own playground, exactly what you want, your kids want to put in your backyard. They also have alley-oop trampolines and goal setter basketball goals. They set these play sets up, or the trampolines or the goal setter basketball goals. They assemble it for you. They get it set in place. They do landscaping. They do maintenance programs. They do it all. Wonderful customer service with the 100% highest quality material. That's what you get with Backyard Adventure Playground, and you can check them out, backyardalabama.com. Even if you're watching in places like Atlanta, they've got a Backyard Adventure Playground near you. They can come and set it up in the Atlanta area, here in the Birmingham area. Just go to one website, backyardalabama.com, and click for the location nearest you, backyardalabama.com. USC UCLA, one of the biggest games of the weekend. It's lost some luster because UCLA lost a game, but still, we'll see tonight, I believe, that USC very much in control of a playoff spot. Not total control, but they're in the mix, and that's why the game's important to them.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, there's going to be some attrition in front of USC because Ohio State and Michigan are going to play, LSU and Georgia are going to play. So if USC wins out, I still think they get in this thing. I don't think they win out. There's a good chance it comes to an end this weekend. But I don't think LSU or USC is going to be in the top 6 tonight. Do you guys?
I do not think they'll be in the top 6 tonight. No, I think LSU will be in front of them.
What?
I agree.
I'll tell you what, when we come back in the next segment, let's do two things. Let's do our votes, the way we would vote the top 6. That'll answer the question on who we think will be in the top 6, whether USC is there or not. And we'll do our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through with what Carnell Williams said yesterday, and how you guys are voting on who the next Auburn coach is going to be. All that coming up in the next segment, as the show is being brought to you today by our friends at Michelson. That look ahead there with Clay Travis at the top of the hour.
Yeah, make that phone call. Somebody reached out a couple of days ago about Michelson Laser Vision, asking me some questions, and I told them what I tell you guys every day. 20 years ago, I went in to see Dr. Mort Michelson, a pioneer in the business, the first to perform LASIK in the state of Alabama way back in 1995. I had the 2200 vision, didn't even realize that I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Got the procedure done, only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I have 20/15 vision still 20 years later. Make the call that I made. Call Michelson Laser Vision at 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, go online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
The wait is finally over. The one-of-a-kind buffalo tenders are now back at Culver's. Stop by the location nearest you to give the incredible buffalo tenders a try, along with some great sides such as Wisconsin cheese curds, pretzel bites, and more. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Betting odds look a little different for the Heisman Trophy race now after Bo Nix's loss. It pretty much knocks him out of it, even though Bo played a good game.
I think so.
If you look at it, it is C.J. Stroud still, Hendon Hooker, Drake May now third in the betting odds. Looks like he's on his way to maybe getting a seat in New York.
You know, and Josh Pate is right. They've won 6 one-possession games, really, really tight games against not great teams when you look at Duke and Miami. But they've got NC State left. They're going to win their regular season games. They should. Then it comes down to Clemson. I mean, if they beat Clemson and they're a 12-1 ACC champion, I mean, he's got a good shot.
Yeah, he does.
Blake Corum, who I think will get to New York in some form or fashion. Then Caleb Williams, Stetson's way out. Max Duggan is way out. Jaden Daniels, and then Bo Nix is in at ninth, and Bryce Young is 10th on the betting odds out there in Vegas when it comes to the Heisman. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's before we get to the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru.
866 Wayne's 1, 866 Wayne's 1 is the number to call to get on board with Envirolawn. Listen, you want your yard to look the best it can in the spring and summer months, and the time to act is now to get that done. Because the fall shutdown is the time where you need to make sure you get the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the soil and root system. You do that with Envirolawn. You don't even have to think about it. All you have to do is call 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR, and you're going to get 12 months for the price of 11. We're paying for the first month. TNR is the code to use when you call 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866 Wayne's and the number 1.
A couple of football games tonight in the MACtion with both division leaders playing but not against each other. Good game, Bowling Green in Toledo, 6 o'clock ESPNU. Ohio's at Ball State, 6 p.m. on ESPN2 tonight. And then basketball, we told you off the top, you get Bama late night down at South Alabama, 9 o'clock Central Time for that one. Brandon Miller coming off his best game yet as a Crimson Tide player, 20 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists in that one. And Auburn, always with a talented Winthrop team. Auburn at home at Auburn Arena tonight as well for a little basketball, and you get the Champions Classic with Kentucky, Michigan State, and Kansas and Duke playing tonight. More basketball later on what happened on the floor last night. But right now, let's do our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through with Carnell Williams, who had his weekly news conference last week. Good Western Kentucky team coming to Jordan-Hare for the final home game of the year, and it's brought to you by Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, since 1982, our friends at Hamburger Heaven, they've been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, hot dogs, chili, sandwiches made fresh to order, all of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef. It's always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day for breakfast or lunch. Stop in, get some of those pancakes Dunaway loves. 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale, Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
We showed you yesterday the team awarding Carnell Williams the game ball after his first win as the interim head coach. Here's Carnell talking about that moment inside the locker room.
When I was a player and you know, my career, I honestly never kept any of my trophies, my Rookie of the Year stuff. Like, I gave it all to my mom or my daddy. Never kept anything. I just, hey, you guys can have it. And really, honestly, I'm very appreciative, but didn't put too much value on individual things, to be honest with you. But, you know, now that I got kids and a family, that kind of changed because my boys, they definitely think those things are really cool. So, you know, to keep a game ball and have it down in the basement and let the boys see that this was their first Tiger walk that they walked in. It was their first game where they, you know, Daddy won. I think I'm gonna keep this one.
Good moment there. He's going to keep that game ball and keeping it for the kids.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I do think, by the way, in this head coaching search, that guy right there, I think if a coaching candidate indicates they have zero desire to keep him around, I think that could be a fatal blow for that candidacy.
So if
I'm not saying you have to do it, but
if Coach A comes in and in the interview process along the way, he's asked, "Do you want to keep Carnell Williams?"
I think I'll pass.
Yeah, I'm gonna start over. Fresh.
That would be a huge strike.
That's a huge strike. Not to say it's something you can't overcome it, but I think it'd be a huge strike.
Yeah, but eventually Carnell will decide as well whether he wants to, keep coaching,
There's no doubt.
at Auburn, go somewhere else. Maybe he gets a head coaching look, maybe elsewhere. Maybe he's not at Auburn. Maybe he's somewhere else. We'll see what Carnell wants to do. But as far as his coaching, one thing Auburn fans have loved about it is that he has sort of woke up the echoes of what a lot of Auburn people believe Auburn football should look like. Here's Carnell Williams yesterday.
Kind of want to get back to Auburn old school football. Auburn to me is about work, hard work. You know, Auburn is about toughness, perseverance. So, you know, we want to be tough and we want to be physical. So, I think one of the greatest things about the game of football is when your opponent know that you're running the ball, but you still impose your will on them. It takes the fight out of a lot of teams. So I'm honestly okay with us running the rock and having success, but also I know that we do got to get better and we're going to need our pass game down this stretch to win ball games, and we are going to get better.
That's Carnell Williams yesterday, the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through.
Yeah, again, since 1982, Pete Flack and that great staff at Hamburger Heaven serving up the best burgers, delicious milkshakes, including that eggnog shake during the holiday season. Great day for chili out there, a little cold and rainy. All of their ingredients fresh and prepared daily for breakfast or lunch. Stop at any of those 4 locations. Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale, Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
All right, we will talk more about the Auburn search a little bit later on in the show. But nothing really new. You would say that overnight, right?
Yeah, I would say about what the story was yesterday. The story is today. Yeah.
Still it is. We'll talk some more stuff about the Auburn search. We just don't want to do that every day for 4 hours. We do want to bring up our vote, though, tonight for the college football playoff rankings. We gave them to Taylor. She built this graphic here on how we would vote if we were on the committee. And I'm ready to throw Michigan ahead of Ohio State right now.
Okay.
They're going to play. It's going to work itself out. But I just like the way Michigan keeps doing what they believe in, and they do it very well. I don't think they've had as many ups and downs as Ohio State has, and we're probably judging Ohio State, or at least I am, to a different standard. But it seems like every time I've watched Ohio State start to finish, they haven't been as smooth doing things as Michigan has. So I'm going to roll Michigan second for me. Then I go TCU, Tennessee, and then I slide in USC. That's the way I would vote right now going into this weekend games.
I cannot believe you have SC in front of LSU.
Just right now. I mean, USC has a chance with another quality win against UCLA and Notre Dame again this weekend.
Yeah, look, I mean, I really believe with the brand, if USC runs the table, that one loss, 2-point conversion on the road against Utah, I don't think that's going to be held against them. Utah right now is a top 10 team.
I felt like I had to ding LSU just a little bit for performance this past weekend.
Tough environment. I mean, I saw that coming. I don't know.
Yeah. You did. You thought they were going to lose, and you've got them number 6 in the country, I guess, because they won.
Yeah, I mean, in the here and now, what you said about USC, if that does play out, I will have them in front of LSU. But in the here and now, SC's beaten nobody. And LSU's got some good wins, so I got LSU in front of them.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, all this is going to work its way out.
It is.
I mean, Tennessee is really interesting to me, though, because they've got nothing left.
Well, I think Tennessee and TCU are the most interesting things because, as you said, everything, LSU's going to play Georgia, Ohio State and Michigan are going to play. USC's going to have to play UCLA and Notre Dame in back-to-back weeks here. TCU and Tennessee are the most interesting things.
But the thing is, I mean, Tennessee is going to win out.
Oh, of course they are.
Yeah, so they're going to win out. I still don't believe TCU's got a tough game this weekend in Waco.
Right.
And then they're going to have a tough game whoever they play in the Big 12 championship game. So I'm kind of with Josh Pate there. The percentages are TCU doesn't win out. I don't think USC wins out. I mean, is there – I'm bringing it up again. I said no SEC yesterday. Is there a scenario for 3 to get in?
No. Well, I just don't think it'll happen.
The only way that becomes a discussion, Tennessee wins out, Georgia wins out, and then loses the SEC championship game to LSU. And then LSU is in, Georgia is in, and the debate becomes Tennessee or the loser of the Ohio State-Michigan game. And to many people in the Vulcan Tire chat room, they're going to go best wins at that point, or who's your best loss at that point. And
if Michigan loses that game, they're not going to have any good wins.
Yeah,
that's right.
They're not.
No, I don't think Michigan.
I guess Penn State.
And then it becomes a brand thing. Do you want 3 SEC teams in? We're putting together entertainment as well. So
one-loss ACC champion Clemson. Don't forget them.
That's right. They could still be in the conversation as well.
Well, we are getting to a point where it looks like it's going to be a one-loss ACC champion, whether it's North Carolina or Clemson.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right, North Carolina not carrying the brand that Clemson does when it comes to that playoff committee. That's between basketball games tonight. You'll get the official rankings when they come out. When we come back, Clay Travis joins the show that's being brought to you in part today by the great folks with Alabama Power. Wherever you're watching us, there's a good chance if you're in Alabama, you're powered by Alabama Power.
And they make it so easy to pay right now. Things you always use like Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. They're easy, secure, and reliable, and you can use them at Alabama Power. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started. Clay Travis is next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
The wait is finally over. The one-of-a-kind buffalo tenders are now back at Culver's. Stop by the location nearest you to give the incredible buffalo tenders a try, along with some great sides such as Wisconsin cheese curds, pretzel bites, and more. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, Clay Travis standing by. We'll get right to him after LT tells us about our friends at Floribama, who's bringing you this part of the show today.
Yeah, the most famous beach bar in the country, the Floribama Lounge, has numerous annual events during the year. Regular guests plan their schedules around those beach concerts, fishing rodeos, chili cook-offs, marathons, and much more. Go to Floribama.com for more information. And remember, we're going to be down there live for Army Navy, so the second weekend of December, doing a live Friday and Saturday show. And we'll give you more details on how you can join us.
Clay Travis with us now, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter and also on Fox Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. Look, I've always had a principle. If I'm SEC versus SEC, there's no such thing as running up the score. You're an SEC team. It's on you to stop me. So I had zero problem with what Josh Heupel did Saturday. I got no problem at all with it. But I do believe there was clearly a message there based on what Eli Drinkwitz had said on the Jim Rome show this past summer. Do you believe it was more than just style points, that it was a message to Drinkwitz?
Well, I think what Josh Heupel has basically shown is he doesn't take his foot off the pedal very often. And remember, I mean, the points, the last 2 touchdowns were scored with backup quarterback Joe Milton in. So it's not as if Tennessee was still running all their starters out there. The backups were in. I think a big part of this is that Josh Heupel wants to reward Joe Milton for sticking around, and he thinks he's going to be the starting quarterback next year. So if he can get him some live action reps, remember last year Joe Milton won the job, and then Hendon Hooker came back and took this job away from him. And Milton actually has stayed. And I think Milton's going to be a heck of a player next year. He seems more and more comfortable in the system. So I think, look, there's a message to be sent that we don't stop. Remember, all the backups were in. But I really think he wants Milton getting as many reps as he possibly can so that when that handoff happens next year and Milton is the quarterback, that he can fulfill some of the promise he's shown in practice. And, look, I think also Tennessee knows you got South Carolina this weekend. You're a 3-touchdown favorite. You've got Vanderbilt in Nashville the final week of the season. You'll be, 20-some-odd point favorite, I would think, in that one as well. Josh Heupel wants to get to 11-1, get in that clubhouse. I think South Carolina is probably the last threat, really, to the extent that they're a threat at all. You could maybe argue that Mizzou was the best of these 3 teams that Tennessee had left on the schedule. And I think if Tennessee gets to 11-1, if you kind of look at the larger landscape, I'd be very surprised if they aren't one of the 4 teams in the playoff.
Coming off Kentucky's loss to Tennessee, Will Levis throws 3 picks, and Mel Kiper that week still has him going number 4 overall on his big board. Now he's coming off a loss where he goes 11 for 23, no touchdowns and a pick against Vanderbilt, where they snapped that 26-game SEC losing streak. This Will Levis thing to me is fascinating, Clay. I mean, if you've watched him play, I mean, do you see anything that tells you he is going to be successful in the NFL?
I see nothing that suggests he should be a first-round pick. And I, like you guys, watch a lot of college football. I watch a lot of SEC. I mean, I wrote this a while back. I mean, I said, there's probably 5 or 6 guys right now in the NFL in the SEC that I could point to and say, hey, I like potentially their future in the NFL more than I like Will Levis. And we could run through all those guys right now, but certainly Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, Hendon Hooker, even a guy like Will Rogers at Mississippi State. I'm not sold on him at all. Now, there are certainly scouts that seem to not care about anything other than watching the game film, and they've convinced themselves. Obviously, Mel Kiper's not analyzing this by himself. I'm sure he's talking to a lot of other scouts too, and this talk has been out there for a while. I don't see it. I would hate to be the coach or the organization that drafts Will Levis and puts my future franchise in his hands. But yeah, we'll see exactly how this shakes out. It does not, to me, make a lot of sense.
Listen, I know you're short on time, but I want you to put on your Greg Sankey starter kit, and you're the commissioner of the SEC, okay? So Lane Kiffin says publicly he called Jackson Dart's mom to apologize for her son's treatment during the Alabama game. Quoting him, she mentioned it's a shame her son gets treated different based on what SEC program that he's at on game day and protected different. You can't find me for what someone else says Lane Kiffin. What do you do if you're Greg Sankey?
Look, I mean, I'm presuming this is talking about a couple of those viral videos where he kind of gets his head shoved down into the ground after the play. I think that's a whiff. That's something that should certainly get noticed. I don't think if I'm Greg Sankey, I get in the business of responding to individual game criticisms from coaches or players' moms or players themselves. I would probably have a conversation with my officiating crew in the leader of the officiating crew and say, look, this is the kind of thing we can't miss. You guys know officiating errors are so much more readily discussable today than they would have been in years past, because it's so easy to clip and share video on social media. So I don't buy that officiating is worse now than it was in the 1980s or the 1970s or anything like that. But if you were watching one of those games back in the day, you just had to remember what might have happened, and you didn't have tangible proof of it. I thought that was a bad look. I think you can't have that happen. And certainly going forward, it should be something that should be addressed. But I think when you are addressing individual calls as a conference commissioner on a regular basis, it draws more attention to officiating as opposed to less, if that makes sense.
Do you think the SEC favors Alabama or Georgia? Do they call them any differently because they have been the elite programs?
I think there's look, take it away from Alabama and Georgia. I think a lot of times in human nature, officials favor the home team, right? The data reflects that.
I agree.
I don't think that's because they are trying to. I just think it's because when you hear 100,000 people suddenly exclaim basically as one in a negative way, that you're more likely to be responsive to that audience, right? And I think it's true in college basketball officiating. I think it's true in the home team officiating in general. All the data reflects that. That's why, to a large extent, I think there's a home field advantage that's built into the number. I also think that sometimes officials may favor the team that they know is better. Again, not an intentional decision, but just psychologically they're expecting for the better team to win, and so they're more likely to see fouls committed by the underdog than they are the favorite, because psychologically they have bought into the idea, this team's 20 points better than the other team. I don't think it's a calculated decision, but I think it's kind of rolling there in the subconscious and has an impact as well.
So Tom Brady and Giselle, final question for you, Clay. Got a divorce a couple of weeks ago. She's already gone to Costa Rica with a jiu-jitsu instructor. You think this is just a first date, or you think this has been going on a while?
I don't know. I mean, if Tom Brady's wife is cheating on him, then I think there's a lot of guys out there that just have to say, what more could Brady do, right? I mean, he's, the greatest quarterback of all time, seems to be a decent dad. To me, it seems so petty by Giselle. I mean, how long has the divorce been finalized?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. I mean, it just seems like such a clear intent to just drive him insane. And taking it outside of the Giselle thing, I think this probably happens a decent amount. Girls get divorced and then they go on Instagram and they want to make it look like they've got the greatest life ever, just on the off chance that their ex might scroll by their Instagram page or whatever to go see what's going on. But they got kids. I just think it's a really bad look to be taking taking a public vacation and flaunting it in this manner and magnitude. It feels very personal.
All right, he is Clay Travis. You can follow him on Twitter at Clay Travis. And he is always online at Outkick, and you'll see him on Fox Sports as well. Clay, thank you very much for the time. Have a great week. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Sounds good. Appreciate y'all. Thanks a lot.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Take care. And Milkman asked, did I not see the Bama-Tennessee game? I did. I think he's referring to our Alabama-Georgia held to a higher standard. I think it's less that and more what Clay said. I do think, and now Ole Miss fans would argue this, but I do think home team is where you get the benefit of the doubt more. Then quality team, surely they didn't commit that penalty. I think home team is where you get the benefit of the doubt.
Bryce Young got tremendously roughed after the play and during the play in the game in Knoxville.
He did. I did not think the game in Knoxville was particularly well officiated. I would 100% agree. But was Alabama being held to a higher standard? I don't really think that was what was at play there.
But to Lane's point, he thinks his quarterback got roughed up a little bit this past week. I would tell Lane to go look at what Bryce got treated in Knoxville, some of the legal hits he got down in Baton Rouge. Quarterbacks get banged up a little bit. And the only one I had a problem with was Dallas Turner's double push down to the helmet. as he was getting up off the ground. It's just not a fantastic look. But if you're looking for fun tonight, you can get it with G League basketball right here in Birmingham. Our pro sports team, the Birmingham Squadron, they take on the Lakeland Magic tonight down at Legacy Arena. 7 o'clock is the tip. You can be inside the arena with all the fun. They've got premium seats available, suites, food, group packages. If you want to take a church group to watch a little basketball, you can do that. You can contact the folks at Ticketmaster, get tickets that way, or you can call the Squadron, 205-719-0850, 719-0850 for those Squadron tickets all season long. Of course, now you've got Kyra Lewis, who's down with the team, trying to get back into the groove, and Jordan Swing, former UAB stars, lighting it up. It's all tomorrow night, tonight, Legacy Arena. 7 o'clock tonight at Legacy Arena for the Squadron and the Lakeland Magic. All right, let's do the viewing menu here with Rockstar. See what we're watching tonight. But before we bring Rockstar in here, Rocky, you used to go to this dinner with friends that we went to last night. To tell you we had the best set of appetizers I've ever had last night would not be an understatement. What all do we have just as advertisement?
So we had some quail, which Rockstar would love.
Keep going. Stuffed quail,
Stuffed
Rockstar.
quail.
This is stuffed with cornbread dressing.
We had Brussels with kind of a honey mustard dipping sauce, which was an interesting blend, but it was fantastic.
With some pepper sauce
Yeah. Do
down
you like,
on the
do you like
bottom.
Brussels?
They have to be crispy.
These were crispy.
These were crispy.
We had a loaf of pumpernickel bread with a side
Toasted.
of really, really
hot pimento cheese.
Yeah, thin hot pimento cheese in a skillet.
Not a pumpernickel fan.
It was so good.
So you might have touched the Brussels.
And then we had the
Maybe.
fresh corn muffins with honey butter.
Okay, I can take that.
Rolled
Handle
out,
that?
and they were still smoking hot, and the butter just melting over
You're making
them.
me hungry right now.
I'm always hungry.
That was our appetizers.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, it's a big party.
Wow.
Party of five.
Yeah, and then
Everybody had to have an appetizer.
what did you guys get? I got the scallops that came with green beans and cheese grits.
I had the cheese grits.
You like cheese grits? I had a pork chop, and
Nope.
it came,
Nope.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you don't eat pork.
Yeah.
You don't eat pork, do you?
I can do it a little, but I don't like pork chops.
And
I too had the pork chop.
It came with a sweet potato casserole type deal, which I freaking love,
Me
especially
too.
this time of year. Turnip greens, and then
Collards, actually.
their mac and cheese looks so good. I said, hey, just go ahead and bring me a side of that mac and cheese,
Smoked
too.
Gouda.
Smoked Gouda mac and
cheese.
Dunaway?
I had the same exact thing as him, but instead of the smoked Gouda mac and cheese, I had this balsamic slaw that they had,
Yeah,
extra that came on.
Tell them why you ordered the slaw.
Because
I heard this at the
because
other
I
end of
did
the
not
table.
want to get identically what Brown got because he gets
Well, I
so
thought you-
mad.
He also
I
doesn't,
don't get mad. I
he
don't.
also doesn't like mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
he
wanted to
said-
try those, yeah.
He said at the other end of the table, and I heard this at the other end of the table, Rockstar. I really wanted to get the mac and cheese, but Brown had already got an extra side of it, and I was afraid they would run out.
Hey, and then, of course,
Jimmy Martyr.
we all went dessert, and I think we all got something different. I
did.
went with
5
the
different desserts.
I went with the sweet potato cheesecake. Incredible.
It was unbelievable. I had a
Doesn't
bite.
sound that appealing, but it's interesting.
Oh, it was delicious.
Cheesecake fills you up so quick. It is so rich.
I mean, I was beyond stuff last
Yeah.
night.
I had the caramel almond bread pudding, which was delicious.
Is that what Brown got too?
No, normally I would, but I'd had brown pudding recently twice, so I got
brown pudding. He calls it, not even bread
I'm
pudding.
sorry, bread pudding. I had it recently twice. I got
You got the old man dessert.
Yeah, I got carrot cake with the
that icing.
with the cream cheese icing. Not as good as you would want it to be. Though.
Oh,
there's much better carrot cake I've had. That was the worst part of the meal, unfortunately.
One guy had the ooey gooey yellow
butter cake
with
My God, guys.
with strawberry drizzle on top.
Hey, we went after it, and I think there was
They had to roll you out.
in a little bottle, a little wine.
yeah, no Manhattans,
Camus?
old fashions.
that was the upset of the night. Yeah.
We backed her up to quilt last night, Rock. So no Camus last night.
Oh man.
But
Same
it was-
makers, they tell me.
I'm telling you, that restaurant. Second time I've been, that place is legitimate.
Everybody's asking what restaurant.
Yeah, we can say it.
That's Blueprint on 3rd.
Yeah.
Good meal.
Yeah, that's where we were last night with some really good buddies, our friends Poochie and Woody. We appreciate
Great
them so
guys.
much. Great guys there.
You might get to see them today, Rocky.
There you go.
Maybe
Poochie's
swing
picks. we asked for that yet?
It was brought up.
Rockstar's Viewing News brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, in their game week special, Alabama versus Austin Peay, you get free standard shipping on any order with the code STOMPTheGovs at checkout. That's STOMPTheGovs at checkout. Offer ends 11/20/22. Shop now at DanielMooreArt.com.
A couple things. 11 p.m. on Showtime tonight from 1998. A good hotel scene. Wild Things.
I've seen that. Yeah.
This is the last time we're ever going to be together.
Yeah, you get to see Kevin Bacon exit a shower for no apparent reason. Full frontal, by the way. In that movie. A lot of
I
people
don't
forget
remember
about
that scene.
Yeah,
I do
a lot
remember.
of people forget about that.
I do remember Matt Dillon wasting some champagne on Denise Richards.
Just throwing some Camus on her.
That's only, I think that's about 72 minutes into the movie.
You know, the funny thing is I think Dunaway likes the goth Nev Campbell better than Denise Richards.
I do.
I don't know how that's possible.
Because she looks a little fake, the Denise Richards girl does. And I like the rough and tumble.
Rough and tumble.
Doc Martens with the bruised knees.
Jim wants a four-wheel drive.
And then 7:30 on Starz Encore Classic from 1996. I still haven't seen it. Trainspotting.
It's very good. Danny Boyle film again. Danny Boyle's done so much good work.
He looks like he's about 120 pounds.
Yeah, the first time I saw Ian McGregor in anything was that.
Smuff says in the movie Wild Things, Rockstar, Kevin's bacon actually makes an appearance.
Yeah, it does.
It really did.
It's just random. I'm just saying it's so and then finally
he played a great character in that though.
And Bill Murray shows up out of nowhere. Paramount Plus. I never saw a season of it. The Amazing Race. They're releasing seasons 1 through 22 of The Amazing Race. I have not seen one episode of one.
Binge watch this weekend?
Yeah.
We had
I'll do like 5
a
seasons.
chick that came in studio and hung out a little bit that was on The Amazing Race. Remember the girl from Miami? She was a photographer. This years ago. I don't remember much about it.
Vaguely. I just know what the hell The Amazing Race is about. But is it like Wacky Races from Hanna-Barbera?
El Tigre over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says Yellowstone has jumped the shark. I told you that before even watching.
Well,
this.
I haven't started watching it. I watched the first episode and didn't continue. But when I saw is it season 5? Is that where they are?
Sounds right.
Well, I watched it because so many people were tweeting about the trailer. I watched the trailer and I was like, this is such an absurd storyline. I cannot believe this show's gotten to that.
He's the governor.
And he makes his daughter.
You're all fired.
Yeah, you're my new chief of staff. Okay, I'm the chief of staff.
Somebody needs to hold her underwater for about 3 minutes.
It's a guilty pleasure. I enjoyed it the other night. I just love the commercials.
Oh, Brad Nessler was all about it. Did you hear him in the Bama Ole Miss game where they did the preview that it's on Paramount Plus or whatever? And Gary's like, I know what you'll be doing the rest.
I
agree. He had the flu. It was.
I agree. I don't know about that.
It is amazing. I would say that it's probably the most watched one show right now.
Oh, maybe so, yeah.
I can't think of anything else that would be bigger.
All right. That's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. We appreciate him being with us today. All right. When we come back, no upset alert yet. We're going to save that for the 12 o'clock hour today.
Oh, y'all got to prep a little more?
Well, I don't think LT's even started drawing
No,
yet.
let's save it for the 12 o'clock hour.
No, I've got mine.
No, let's save it.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you
I'd like to
can't
save
draw
it.
that cardinal that fast.
Yeah.
You got to work on that.
It will not be Louisville this week. It will not be Louisville.
Okay.
Louisville's not even an underdog this week, so it'll be tough.
12 o'clock hour. We'll do it in the 12 o'clock hour coming up. Justin Hokanson's our next guest. We'll talk to him at 11 on where the Auburn coaching search is and that kind of thing. When we come back, you brought this up last week. You want to still do this? I think it's pretty good right now with college football, basketball, the NFL, where it is. Things that you never could believe would happen. Remember when you brought that up last week to me and we never did that topic?
Yeah.
You still good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, things that you never could believe would happen. And LT will explain to you what we're doing when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. And there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the Big Red Building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Our Precision Sports injury update, couple of things. One of them includes Illinois running back Chase Brown, leg injury late in the loss this past weekend for Illinois. Brett Bielema says he's trending in the right direction, could play this week against Michigan. Boy, they need him to be close to 100% to have a chance in that game. But that's from Illinois. From Arkansas, they expect KJ Jefferson to play. They'll evaluate him throughout the week in practice, but with Ole Miss coming to town, they're expecting KJ Jefferson to play in that game. That is part of your Precision Sports injury update.
Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they are here to remind you that your joint injuries cannot wait. Cold weather is taking a toll on the joints. Possibly we are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today for a full list of providers and their locations.
Visit precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Peter Burns with a tweet moments ago that interests you, Brownie.
Well, I had not thought of this. I haven't seen anybody talk about it, in fact, and Peter just kind of brought it up out of the blue. But think about it. I mean, this you really makes you think, is what you say here. In October of 2019, Michigan paid $1.5 million to cancel their home-and-home with UCLA. They replaced UCLA in 2022 with Hawaii. So where Michigan played Hawaii, they were supposed to play UCLA. I don't know if it was supposed to be in the Rose Bowl or in Ann Arbor. As he says, it could be a disastrous decision when it comes to the committee looking at strength of schedule if they lose to Ohio State. And that's what we've always talked about with Michigan, is they don't really have a game to hang their hat on outside of whatever they do against Ohio State. Penn State's their best win. But aside from Penn State, guys, there are just no good wins on that schedule.
The fact that Illinois lost 2 in a row really hurt this game this weekend. If Illinois had stayed unbeaten up until this game, not unbeaten overall, but had not lost these last 2 games, this game would be another feather in their cap.
It would be. I mean, don't you guys suppose Illinois falls out of the college football playoff rankings tonight? I mean, they were 21 last week.
I do have them dropping. I have them at 32.
That's where you've got in the AP?
No, that's where I have them in the AP, but I would have them down in that area.
So they're going to drop
ranking
out
as well.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, Michigan, all they've really got now is Penn State. So, I mean, to Peter's point, if you took away Hawaii week 2 and made that UCLA, maybe that looks a little bit different for them.
The LSU side of that, though, they've lost 2 games. Their best win, obviously, is Alabama. Who else?
Well, Florida State's loss, I mean, Florida State being good makes that loss look a little better, obviously, but I don't like playing the good loss game.
But it won't look as good as Michigan's one loss, which is to Ohio State.
To Ohio State.
If they were to lose that game.
Yeah, I mean, LSU's strength of schedule is going to be really good, but to your point, who are their good wins? Right now, they're Ole Miss and Alabama.
Yeah.
That's their good wins.
So Ole Miss not losing to Arkansas and to Mississippi State like LT thinks is realistic becomes very big for LSU.
There's no doubt. They need Ole Miss to be really, really good. LSU does. Yeah. But again,
they're going to get Georgia if they're going to be in the conversation.
Yeah, for LSU, it's all about what wins they have.
Doesn't matter, yeah.
I mean, if they beat Georgia, they're in. If you got wins over Alabama and Georgia, and you're the SEC champion, there's nothing keeping you out of this.
And then for Tennessee, they have Alabama, they have LSU.
Yeah, Tennessee's fine.
Yeah. So their only loss would be Georgia if they
That's
went
right.
out. That'll be the discussion the committee's been having and will having. You get 3.0 tonight between the 2 basketball games for the College Football Playoff Committee. Before we talk about things that we never could believe would be happening in sports at this point in our lives, I want to tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness, who helped me literally stay alive a few years ago, getting my blood pressure, which was scary high, and cholesterol, which was scary high, back in check with their program. Lost some weight in the process, 45 pounds. It's our friends at Way to Wellness. They can help you, too. If you've got blood pressure that's out of whack, cholesterol that's out of whack, it's time to get your diet in line, and they can do that. Leslie and the board-certified team members over there at Way to Wellness can do it. All you have to do is make that first appointment. Just go check it out, this website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. Before you settle on medication the rest of your life or whatever it is, go see what they can do for you. Way to Wellness, a journey to healthy living. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and that first consultation's free. So no money out of pocket when you just check with Leslie at this website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. So what made you think of this? Things that we could not believe would be going on right now.
Well, I came across this last week, that Georgetown beat Coppin State to open their season, and it was their first win since December 15th of last year. They'd almost gone a full year. They had lost 21 consecutive basketball games, and I don't know about you guys, but growing up as a kid, that was one of the more intimidating programs. I mean, they were in Final Fours in 82, 84, and 85. They won a national championship in 1984.
Their coach was intimidating. I mean, John Thompson, I think he was supposed to be a really nice guy. I obviously never dealt with him, but he was just looked like he could snap you in half. I mean, that whole program was intimidating.
Yeah, there were reports John Thompson was a 6'9" guy, but, drugs had gotten so bad, and the crack dealer, and I forgot who the guy's name was, but John Thompson set up a meeting with him to talk to him about, dealing to kids and what was going on.
That's right.
John Thompson had some balls, to say the least.
And he had a lot of clout in that area back then, too.
He did, and he was a great coach, but that was a great program, and I just never thought we would see. I mean, to lose 21 consecutive college basketball games is really difficult to do. So I thought that was interesting because, they did pop back with his son in 2007 and went to a Final Four, but They haven't done anything, and it's just a bad program now. And being a private university like that, you would think with that tradition, you could keep that thing moving.
Through my wine haze last night, Brown brought something up. So this is mine. Do you remember what you brought up, that if Mark Ingram, that conversation last night?
Well, that was actually from my brother.
Okay, but bring that up because I think our audience will find it fascinating. This is mine because I never thought I would live and could believe that this is about to happen.
Yeah, so here's what my brother does. He comes up with like these obscure, hey, do you think this has ever happened in sports type stuff? And then asks me these questions. And they're like the most random. Like, how would I know if that's ever happened in sports? So my brother, during the Monday Night Football game, I guess watching Jalen Hurts triggered this for him. But he texted me and said, if Mark Ingram hangs on an NFL roster next year, which I would assume Mark Ingram's still in the league
Probably.
next year. Yeah. And Bryce Young gets a start. He said, in a given Sunday, Alabama could have 4 Heisman Trophy winners and 4 additional Heisman finalists playing on an NFL Sunday. Do you think that's ever happened? And my response was like, do you think that's ever happened? Of course it hasn't happened. Where else would that have happened? I mean, 4 Heisman finalists or 4 Heisman winners in that close of a grouping, and then 4 additional finalists. Of course it hasn't happened. I mean, it's incredible to think about.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling to me because when I was growing up, there was almost a pride, during the Bryant years that Alabama had no Heisman Trophy winner. It was about the team and not about individuals. And now, under Nick Saban, you've had all these Heisman Trophy winner and finalists that you could have 8 of them on a given Sunday next year. It's pretty crazy.
For those that haven't done the math, you would have Mark Ingram, Bryce Young, Derrick Henry, and Devontae Smith are the 4 Heisman winners. The finalists would be Tua, Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper was a Heisman finalist. Am I right about that?
I don't know.
Mac Jones and Najee Harris. I think it was Amari Cooper. I don't have the text in front of me. I'd have to go dig back through my brother's text. He had done all the work for me.
Was A.J. McCarron? Oh, he's not on the roster.
He's not on the roster.
Yeah. I'm
trying to think who the 4th Heisman finalist was, but even if it's 3,
Did you mention Mac Jones?
I mentioned Mac Jones. Jones, Najee Harris, Tua Tagovailoa.
You can't count Jalen Hurts because he was an Oklahoma finalist.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And maybe he was. Maybe he was counting Jalen. I thought he said Amari Cooper. I don't remember who was Heisman finalist.
Cooper finished 3rd.
Okay, well, I'd say that's
according
finalist,
to
right?
Patrick in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
I mean, that's pretty remarkable if that does happen, right? I mean, I don't. Yeah, Cooper was a finalist for the Heisman Trophy. Finished 3rd behind Marcus Mariota and Melvin Gordon. So, yeah, you could have 4 Heisman winners and 4 additional Heisman finalists on the same NFL Sunday.
Yeah, that's something
that's pretty remarkable.
I think you would never see. Another one was the Yankees, though. Like, if I'm a Yankees fan, I don't get it. You spend a ton of money. You're always in the mix. You won multiple championships in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 90s. You skipped the 80s. The 2000s, but the last time you were in a World Series was 2009. That's just hard to believe that it has been 13 years since the Yankees have been in the World Series.
So not even losing a World Series, they haven't been in it since 2009.
Yeah.
That is mind-boggling.
Yeah, but which one do you think is more incredible? The fact that the Yankees haven't been in a World Series since when?
2009.
Or if I had taken you back to 2005 and said, hey, enjoy the Cowboys in this Super Bowl, they won't go.
You mean
95?
95.
Yeah, enjoy the Cowboys in the Super Bowl.
Since 1995.
Yeah, it's almost been 30 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, which one do you think is more surprising? I mean, the Cowboys in our childhood were.
It looks like you can dictate baseball a little bit more.
I agree, but it's double the time that the Cowboys have been on a Super Bowl drought than the Yankees have been on a World Series drought.
The better overall organization historically has been the Yankees.
I don't disagree with you. But the Cowboys have been to 5 Super Bowls at that point.
Cowboys, I mean, if you go back to like peak points, you go back to USC in 2005 and you say, hey, look, they're not going to win another national championship until that would have been hard to believe. Miami in 2001.
Yeah. But, I mean, think back to the Cowboys. That was Super Bowl 30 was the last one they were in, Lance, and that was their 5th Super Bowl. So out of 30 Super Bowls, they'd been in 5 of them. That's a pretty good ratio.
Yeah.
And they haven't been back in 30 years.
Yeah. That one is that is a good one as well. Just in the immediate reaction, I can't believe the Rams are where they are right now.
I can't either.
Yeah,
and that's one of the things that the window closes so fast, and we've got a handful of teams like the Bills that have never won a Super Bowl, and that's why I said it last year before the season started. I'll take one more, and I haven't been as emotional this year.
Yeah, but
I felt like there was a lot of emotion put into last year's, and for them to fall this fast, I mean, it's just a bad team.
Yeah, just the turnover in the NFL year to year on the playoff teams, and half of them are out of the playoffs the next year. It's crazy.
And it's a game of inches. And one player, you look at a couple of players for the Rams that were additions, Odell Beckham Jr. and Von Miller, and what they meant down the stretch, and those guys not in there now. Again, every playoff game, and I was having a conversation with somebody, it was Brown about his Dolphins, and it's just going to take a lot of luck. I mean, somebody's going to win the Super Bowl, but you've got to have a ton of luck in that playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, but if you, and Brett's right over in the chat room, if you're telling me that Dan Marino's makes it to the Super Bowl, right, and loses
in '84,
and the Dolphins haven't been back to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Right. The Dan Marino never went back.
Nope.
And the Dolphins, that organization who played a lot of Super Bowls when I was a kid, they haven't been back. That's crazy.
Haven't been to the AFC Championship game since '92.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that.
That Tampa has 2 Super Bowl wins.
Yep.
And you haven't been to a Super Bowl with that
And
franchise.
the Saints have won one.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy. I love sports, man. Love sports.
Dunaway loves sports, right?
T-shirt idea.
Boy, our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive are not going to be happy when you roll in there to change tires in a couple hours.
No, because it's not my number one choice.
You're going to be focused on
That's
everything
right.
else.
Yeah, I do love sports. I do love our friends at Odie's as well. It's almost Wednesday again. I know you guys count it down every week.
We do. Every Wednesday night, it's Odie's Team Trivia. Make sure you join us. But if you're just looking for a place to go have a big-time lunch or dinner, stop in. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food. They've got a great chili at Odie's as well. I got the South of the Border roll-up last week. They've got delicious burgers, award-winning wings. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff at Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village. And remember, tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, Odie's Team Trivia. Make your plans to come out and join us.
All right, on the way to break here, last night, Northwestern State beat number 15 TCU in basketball, 64-63. Now, Mike Miles didn't play, TCU's best player, didn't play in that game. But still, TCU lost to Northwestern State. It's the biggest upset, according to the people that follow this, ESPN stats, and the biggest upset in college basketball since Stephen F. Austin beat Duke in 2019 when it comes to power rankings and what was supposed to be the outcome of the game and not. Biggest upset in basketball since 2019 when Stephen F. Austin beat Duke. That's how big. This seems bigger than that one, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm going to guess that TCU fans don't care based on what's going on with football.
That's right. Apparently, you cannot be a football and a basketball school at the same time.
It appears hard, right?
Yeah, but, they were ranked 15th going into that game.
Let me give you one stat, and you tell me what's the problem with TCU right now. Through 3 games, they are 14 of 74 from three-point land. I'll say that again for you. Through 3 games, they are 14 of 74.
Yeah. I mean, that'll get you beat. That was a bad loss for them. And again, what did Lance just say about that? I bet they don't care because of football right now, but that was a really bad loss for them.
FAU beat Florida last night, 76-74. In that Florida loss, FAU went on a 30-6 run in the second half.
That'll get you beat in a heartbeat.
Coach, you need a timeout.
Yeah. Why don't we break that one up a little bit?
And Troy beat Florida State last night. Florida State's 0-3. Good win for Troy basketball, 79-72. Of course, the champions play tonight, the Champions Classic in Indianapolis. Kentucky and Michigan State at 6. Between those 2 games, you get the college football playoff rankings, then Kansas and Duke tonight as well. Oscar Tshiebwe is a game-time decision for John Calipari tonight. Winthrop's at Auburn Arena to play Auburn. Neville Arena down on the campus. Alabama and South Alabama, 9 o'clock tonight. Down in Mobile, 9 Central for that in-state road game for you Bama fans down in the Mobile area, getting to see the Tide up close and personal. When we come back, more college football, the show being brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. You see the logo right there. Look for the colorful cans wherever you buy your energy drinks, including those great flavors like Warheads or Sour Patch Kids, or my favorite, the citrus.
Somebody told me yesterday they have Bubblicious.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah.
All those great flavors from when you were a kid, all in one energy drinks with our friends at Ghost. Back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, We have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at Champy'sChicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Back with you on the next round today, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. They bring you the poll questions every day at Next Round Live. You can go there and vote with all of our questions. Before LT tells you about Cowan, by the way, interesting on the Auburn coaching search, Ivan Mazel, writing today for On3 Sports, says that if Hollywood scriptwriters, the writers of Ted Lasso, had already got the Carnell Williams story, that he would be the next coach at Auburn. He compared what Carnell is doing at Auburn as the interim coach to Ted Lasso with that soccer team over in Europe in the Netflix series. Little
Apple
Ted
Plus.
Lasso. What is it?
Apple Plus.
Excuse me, Apple Plus series.
What would be more amazing if Carnell was able to keep the Auburn job, or I think Jeff Saturday probably is your leader for the Colts.
Well, I mean, he's coached one game.
Yeah.
He beat Josh McDaniels. A lot of teams have done that.
Don't step on my 4 downs here. In just a
It's in 4 downs coming up.
It is brought to you today, by the way, our poll questions by Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit Cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Before we do our 4 downs, Shane Lyons lost his job as the athletic director yesterday morning before our show started. Neil Brown's hot seat becomes very, very hot now when you lose your athletic director.
Yeah,
correct?
I mean, he is coming off a win over Oklahoma, which helps, but that's not your dad's Oklahoma he beat either. That is the worst Oklahoma team we've seen, Lance, in 25 years. Is it that long?
Yeah.
I mean, going back to Bob Stoops' first year, so this is...
Well, I think Stoops had one weird...
Yeah, but I think it was like 8-4 even. I mean, this Oklahoma team's going to have to fight to make a bowl, but that was only win 3 or 4 for West Virginia. I mean, they've got to win out. I watched the end of that game. I flipped it over to watch them drive down and kick the field goal, and that's what the announcer said at the very end, that West Virginia keeps their bowl hopes alive. They got to win out to get in a bowl game, so they're 4-6.
Yeah, but, Oklahoma's got to go 1-1 to get into a bowl.
Yeah,
that's right.
They got Oak State this week.
And Texas A&M? Oh, sorry.
Yep, out of bowl contention. So, I mean, I do think it's tricky for Neil Brown. I don't know if 6-6 in a bowl game saves him. Normally, beating Oklahoma would kind of turn the tide for you. But this is such a historically bad Oklahoma team.
Patrick asked, would Neil Brown to UAB be a story that would interest you?
I think it'd be an interesting story. Neil obviously got his head coaching start at Troy and had enough success there to parlay that into the West Virginia job. So he has coached, recruited, and won in this state already. I think if you're a UAB fan, you unfortunately, you'd probably look at it and say, okay, so we're getting a guy that just failed at his last stop, and now he's dropping down to our stop. I'd rather go a different route than that.
Yeah.
But
that does come mixed bag, right? Because Helton at Georgia Southern seems to be doing a good job of rebuilding that after he failed at USC.
But I don't know if I were UAB, and I think you might could hire either one of these guys, okay, going to the AAC. If I'm UAB and you had your choice of the Helton brothers, which one would you hire? So for those that don't know, one Helton brother's the head coach at Western Kentucky, and Clay Helton's the head coach at Georgia Southern. And they're both having, for Clay, it's kind of a revival for him based on what he did at Southern Cal. For his brother, it's, his first head coaching job. Which one would you hire?
I think I would go Western Kentucky's Helton.
So you would go...
I'd gamble.
You'd go the one we're about to see in Jordan-Hare Saturday.
Yeah.
What about you, Lance?
I think I'd take a shot at Garrett Riley.
Well, that was not one of the options, but okay.
LT wanting to order off your menu.
Yes, I mean we don't do chicken here, sir.
No, but do you think Garrett Riley, who's going to be a hot name, Lincoln Riley's younger brother, the offensive coordinator at TCU?
Yeah.
Do you think he would take that job?
What has he done before this year?
I really have no idea.
See, that's my concern. He's had a really good year with Sonny Dykes at TCU.
Yeah. By the way, Caleb saying Dan Mullen to UAB. Dan's looking very comfortable in television.
He is.
Yeah, we'll see if he wants to get
he's
back
in a rush.
Let's do 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations. They also bring you the Vulcan Tire chat room over there. So Vulcan Tire and Automotive, great people.
Yeah, I need to check and see if Pell City is open.
It is. I was texting with Richie yesterday because I'm sending my daughter's car in today for some work.
There you go.
And they were at the Pell City opening.
Okay, so great. Pell City is open. We got to get by there and check that out. So 5 great locations, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, locally owned and operated. Anything you need from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can handle it. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
We had a bit of a computer issue yesterday, so first down.
We got hey, is that Windows updated though?
Yes.
All right, thank God. Thank God we got update number 73 for the week from Windows.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you, Windows.
Yes.
On the first down, more surprise coaching at their current job in 2023, Jeff Saturday or Josh McDaniels of the Raiders?
Oh, I'd be more surprised if McDaniels is still with the Raiders. And I know it seemed like Mark Davis, gave him a vote of confidence. But this guy has been a failed head coach. We have seen enough of Josh McDaniels to know the guy is not an NFL head coach.
Yeah,
Be done with it.
And I get it, what's going on right now with Lovie Smith and the Texans, and Davis Mills is your quarterback. But you've got Derek Carr that got you to the playoffs last year, so there's really no excuse for the Raiders to be as bad as they are.
That's right. You were a playoff team last year.
Yeah.
Let's do second down.
Second down.
We should get Tyler to do the whistling part. The Eagles lose last night for the first time, 32-21. Taylor Heineke was really efficient, though he didn't do a whole lot. But they ran 81 plays, Washington did, to Philadelphia's 47.
The time of possession was just insane.
81 to 47.
81 is a lot.
That's a lot of NFL plays.
Yep. Brian Robinson with a big game, 26 carries, 86 yards, and a touchdown as the Commanders beat the Eagles. Philadelphia, after seeing their warts, their first loss, Philadelphia wins that division or not now?
Yes. I mean, again, the Cowboys are coming off a bad loss where they blew a 14-point fourth quarter lead. So I think the Eagles still hold on and win that division. The Eagles.
You've seen the bad side of the Eagles now.
Yeah.
That's the bad side. That's what they can look like.
Yeah, and once they get to the postseason, I don't think this is a year where the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. I just think there's way too many. There's 6 to 8 really good teams.
The Giants are my NFL TCU. Like, I just keep waiting for the bottom to fall out for TCU at some point. I'm doing that with the Giants, too. I mean, they just keep winning in remarkable fashion all year. Maybe they're just better than I think they are. Maybe TCU is, too. But I still think the Eagles win that division. But the Giants have not shown any signs of going anywhere.
Third down.
It came back hot, too, Rockstar.
Really hot.
Let Windows know that last update increased the volume by like tenfold.
Ole Miss running back Quinshon Judkins finishes his career at Ole Miss or not?
So you asked that question because there's speculation if Lane Kiffin takes the Auburn job, Quinshon Judkins wants to move a little closer to home.
Or if Lane Kiffin takes the Texas A&M job, he may take it with him.
Wants to move further away from home.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that Quinshon Judkins in this world of NIL is a hot name. Not that he wants to leave Ole Miss, not that Ole Miss won't pay him. I'm just saying the kid's a hot commodity.
Yeah, I'll say that he will not finish at Ole Miss.
I'll say he does. I'll say Lane Kiffin stays and he finishes there.
Yeah, I would say stay too because you're having success there. What do you get anywhere else?
Yeah, if Kiffin stays, I mean, where are you going to run the ball more than for Lane Kiffin, right?
That's right.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is if you have an opportunity to maybe get more NIL money and an opportunity to win a championship.
Right.
Okay.
Fourth down.
Quickly on the last one here. Your Pac-12 Coach of the Year. I mean, we say how tough it is in the SEC,
Riley.
Or how much is it? You go Lincoln Riley.
I think Kalen DeBoer, though, has got to get some consideration.
8-2, 5-2 in the Pac-12 is Kalen DeBoer. You
Dan
can't ignore
Lanning,
what Chip Kelly and Dan Lanning have done.
No. But I would say it's either Lincoln Riley or Kalen DeBoer. I mean, I'd like to see them finish first to know, but right now I'd probably go Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, and I just got to remind you that USC was 4-8 last year.
Yep.
Yeah.
What was Washington last year?
Washington was terrible because I had Washington winning 10 games. And
that's true. I remember that now, yeah.
They're really bad.
I think I go Lincoln Riley, but Kalen DeBoer is very, very close for me.
Yeah, that's our 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, 5 great locations, including that new one in Pell City. Stop in, see the guys, locally owned and operated. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, they can handle for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Justin Hokanson is coming up in our very next segment, and we'll talk to him about the Auburn coaching search and what he saw this past weekend. If you want to be at the home games down the stretch here or great gifts for the Auburn, Alabama UAB fan in your life, use our friends at the Pant Store. Online, you can go to pantstore.com, pantstore.com. You can follow them on social media at the Pant Store, all over their social media platforms, or stop by one of their 7 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and down in Auburn. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick. Johnny O had dinner with a guy who's a big fan of the Johnny O shirts last night, Gentile, and all the fashion for the female fan in your life as well. It's the Pant Store, 7 great locations, and online at pantstore.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Champy's Chicken brings you this hour of the show, always, every day. Highway 119 in Alabaster, unbelievable fried chicken, so crisp and flavorful. I bought a bunch of it to watch football this past Saturday at my house. You can take it to your tailgate, those hand-cut chicken fingers, the fried chicken plates, all the wonderful sides, the wonderful Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. They are so good. Right there, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew, Champy's Chicken, open for lunch right now.
All right, let's talk Auburn with Justin Hokanson at _J Hokanson on Twitter. On3 Sports is where you find all of his work. AuburnLive.com. We encourage you to go subscribe and support them. Hoke, what is up, man? How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Hoke with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It's kind of a broad question to start with, but we'll dig deeper. Kind of where, if you could just summarize where Auburn stands in the search for a replacement for Brian Harsin, where is Auburn right now?
I think they're getting closer. Does that help?
I think the calendar tells me that every day that clicks by, you're closer.
I mean, I think there's some urgency. I mean, I think after last weekend, there was some urgency for John Cohen to use. Look, you had the Performance Center that launched. That's an amazing facility that opened. You had a football win, but more importantly, you had a great atmosphere for a team that was 3-6. And the emotion around Carnell, like you had a lot of things that went right for Auburn in terms of how you would want to sell your next head coach. And so I think there was some urgency from John Cohen after that to use that momentum of the weekend and to make a push for your top candidate and say, hey, here's the deal. Here's what we're willing to do. I need an answer, or we're going to have to move on. I think that's kind of where we're at with this search. We're at the point now where I think, is he still talking to candidates? Sure. Due diligence is still happening. Interviews are probably still happening, but I do think they're at the point now where it's starting to figure out who the guy is and can we get a deal done? If we can't, let's move on, because I think something needs to happen. Doesn't have to happen before this weekend, but I would think something needs to be in place before the Iron Bowl, at least privately, at least in terms of just agreeing to terms before then.
You know, there's the rumor that Lane Kiffin is interested in this job, but he wants full autonomy, and most people believe Auburn is never going to give a coach that. Behind the scenes, really, who is in charge of this hire, in your opinion?
I mean, everything I've been told is that there's legitimate talk that John Cohen is running the search and he will get to make the hire. I mean, you never know, and things can change. Guys can get upset and decide to, press their influence or whatever. But I mean, I do feel like from Chris Roberts to John Cohen that there is even a commitment from the boosters, and I've talked to some of them. There is a commitment from some of them to, okay, it's your hire. We want to be involved, like we want to be in the loop, but it's your deal. So, I think there's optimism that it's being done the right way and that Cohen will ultimately get to make the hire and will then say, hey, here's who I'm going to hire. And it could go similar to the AD. There was some pushback. On Cohen, but Roberts stuck to his guns and he made the hire. And so it could be similar to that. I mean, I don't know about Auburn, you never know, but I do think they're probably as close as they've been in a long time to being able to offer some full autonomy to a coach and saying, hey, look, you have a brand new president, you have a brand new AD. I mean, it's honestly a pretty good situation for a coach to come in and have boom, two guys that are kind of dedicated to doing it their way. You're their coach. There's a lot of positive things going on there in terms of selling points.
You've been very open about Hugh Freeze's past could be a concern with some people in the hiring process. So I'll ask you about Dan Lanning, and not saying Lanning's interested or Auburn's interested in Lanning, but if that was a conversation to be had, he's got a $14 million buyout. That seems like a lot of extra money Auburn would have to pay to get into the Dan Lanning game. Do you think the $14 million buyout is something that would make Auburn's search go in a different direction?
I don't know that the buyout would make them go in a different direction, but I do think that that ship is sailed at this point. I think whether it was the buyout, whether it's potentially what he would have wanted to leave Oregon because he's got a good situation, I do think those sides talked, regardless of whatever was said by Lanning. Those two sides did talk. I just think that maybe Lanning, what he wanted potentially to leave Oregon, is not something that Auburn was interested in terms of Lanning. I think there's more belief in giving Kiffin that money than Lanning. So I don't consider Lanning a strong possibility at this point.
What could the top choice make at Auburn, you think? How high of a salary would they go?
Oh boy. I mean,
if it was their dream guy, their dream guy, this is our number one candidate, the guy we want, whether it's Lane Kiffin or if there's somebody else, how much could that person make?
I think they'll pay him $10 million a year.
Okay.
Well, you think they would go 10 years on that, or is it probably 7 at $10 million?
It's possible. I've been thinking 7.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they just say, hey guys, like let's this, if they have hey, this is what we want, this is who we want, this is what we got to do, I could see it going to 10. The other part is, how can NIL incentives be a part of this? How can they work in a coach potentially getting a percentage of what you bring in annually for NIL? That's obviously a whole kind of new world, and I don't know how exactly that would work, how it would be tacked on, but I could easily see that being, especially if somebody like Kiffin, I could easily see that as a part of the contract that, hey, you'll get an extra however much, each year based on this percentage of what you bring in NIL or season tickets, stuff like that. And I think Kiffin does some of that at Ole Miss. So there's a lot of different ways potentially you could raise the salary for somebody like Kiffin or somebody else.
Back to Hugh Freeze. He looked preoccupied this past week losing to UConn. I mean, the guy really, he was, we talked about this yesterday, he was smiling because the Gatorade dumped on Jim Mora Jr. got on him. So it looked like a guy that was somewhere else besides Storrs, Connecticut. Is he still in the mix, do you believe? I mean, what's the latest with Hugh Freeze?
I would still consider him in the mix. I think he's probably always going to be in the mix because I think he's got support from different boosters that like him. So I think he's always going to have people supporting him and throwing his name out there. But again, it's kind of like I've said for a while. I think Auburn would have to miss on a couple of candidates for him to be the guy. I think there's still some hesitation from Roberts and Cohen on Freeze and his background to make him the guy. So is he in the mix? Yeah, I would probably never not consider him in the mix just officially, but I do think Auburn would have to potentially miss on a couple of guys to go that route.
The Carnell Williams question. Everyone was drunk with excitement off of Saturday's atmosphere. It was a special day for a special player in Auburn history. Does he get an interview? Does he want an interview? What is your sources telling you there?
Oh, I mean, I think that they'll treat him as well as he could possibly be treated, like as he deserves. I don't think he's a candidate for the head coaching position. I mean, that's just not a reality. I mean, I think you got to put aside the love for Carnell from Auburn people and what he's done and look at his resume. He's not a head coach. He's not anywhere close to being ready to be a head coach. So, it's also kind of part of the reason I'm wondering if, hey, we need to wrap this up. If hey, we love you, Carnell, but we don't want you to be the head coach. You don't need him to win at Alabama. That would present a whole different set of. You'd have a lot of pressure going, hey, So I don't think that they want to run into that potentially. So I think whether he gets an interview officially, whatever, I think he'll be in the loop. I think he'll know where he stands. And all that good stuff, but I don't see him. I could even see, hey, the next coach, hey, look, let's try to keep Carnell. That's important to us. I could see that happening, but not as a head coach.
But Lane Kiffin, if it's Lane Kiffin or any other coach, they're not going to publicly accept this job until after the Iron Bowl, until after the Egg Bowl or after the whatever they call the Civil War.
Liberty play.
Whatever bowl Liberty plays in. I mean, they're not going to, until rivalry weekend is done, Thanksgiving weekend's done, nobody's going to publicly accept this until at least that Saturday night or Sunday, right?
Right.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. I don't think anything publicly is going to happen before that. That would be pretty shocking. I mean, that would be shocking. I think about Kiffin. That was a whole different situation when he left to be, when he was OC and went to FAU. And of course, Alabama ends up saying, hey, why don't you just go ahead and move along? Because that just wasn't going well when he was trying to do both jobs. So, but I don't think anything publicly is announced until after the Iron Bowl.
Liberty plays New Mexico State. That will be the empty bowl. That's what that will be. Hoke, and that was a terrible joke by me, Hoke, and I apologize for that. _J Hokanson on 3 Sports. You sit next to Dunaway so long you start telling bad jokes. Hoke on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I want to go back to what you said about Carnell Williams. Do you believe it? How would you qualify? Do you think it's something a coach is told, hey, if you get this job, you're keeping him? Hey, if you get this job, we strongly recommend you keep him? How do you think that will be worded to a Lane Kiffin or a Hugh Freeze or a Dan Lanning or whoever it might be?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be, I think you're going to have strong push for, whether it's Carnell, whether it's Zach Etheridge, whoever maybe has a little bit of support. I think there will be some strong push for, we need to do everything we can to keep this guy. But ultimately, one of the things, for instance, for Kiffin and certainly for another coach is going to be, I want full autonomy, hiring, firing, all the way across the board. I just think in this situation, could be wrong. In this situation, though, it would, to me, be foolish for anybody to come in and not keep Carnell.
But I don't disagree with you on that, Hoke. But if in fact
it's hard to imagine that not happening.
No, I agree. But if you want full autonomy, but the first thing you're told is we need you to keep this guy, then
Right.
I don't have full autonomy at that point, right?
Yeah, I think it's your decision. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think it's your decision, but it's, you'd be dumb to not do this. I mean, I guess he can make whatever decision he wants to make. It would be a bad way to start. I just can't imagine that being the first move of a head coach to go against potential wishes to support somebody like Carnell or Zach Etheridge and to let them go as your first move. That'd be pretty bold, and I'm not sure how smart that would be. I can't imagine that happening, but we'll see.
Okay, give me your short list right now, what you're hearing, top 3 candidates, and do you feel good right now? Like if you had to go to a Vegas window and put money on somebody to be the next Auburn head coach, do you feel like you can get it right now?
Oh, boy. I mean, Kiffin is the top target. Past him, there's so many names that keep going around. Freeze is obviously in the mix. I don't really know that I'm comfortable saying anybody past that because I don't know where Cohen is at right now. Like, I think he's still making calls and doing inquiries. And heck, you could have Power 5 coaches reaching out to him today going, hey, what's going on here? Like some that you might not even think about that make you reset your whole board if you don't get Kiffin. I mean, so it's just really hard to tell at the moment. I still think there's a lot of talk yesterday that Kiffin had agreed to terms verbally. Something was going on there. I can't confirm that, but I think it's possible. I think it's possible that things are moving in the right direction with Kiffin right now. But I can't confirm any of that. So if you just made me put a bet down right now, I would probably bet that Kiffin is the guy at this very second.
All right, he is Justin Hokanson. Obviously, a very good time to join Auburn Live on 3 Sports to stay updated on this and chat with your fellow Auburn fans there in the message boards. And follow Hoke on Twitter for the breaking news @_J Hokanson, @_J Hokanson. Thank you for the time, Hoke, and good work. We appreciate you making some time for us.
No problem. Always, man. Thank y'all.
We got everything from you except your password. That was really good.
See you, Hoke. Thank you. Hoke with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
That just surprises me. It blows me away that the president and AD possibly are having a hard time signing off on Hugh Freeze, but will sign off on Lane Kiffin.
It's suspected behavior versus documented behavior.
It's rule book violations as opposed to, a guy who likes to have a good time.
Yeah.
Everybody, I mean.
Not everybody calls hookers.
No, I'm not saying
back
that.
that up a little bit.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, that's
what you doing, Terry?
I'm not saying that.
Look, I don't think that story.
But moving forward, let me ask you this.
I don't think people know the whole story there. I want to say this because I want to be fair to Hugh Freeze. I don't think people know that whole story. But it is something that Hugh Freeze basically copped to by saying he had disclosed it to his family and all that. So whether Hugh Freeze really did it or not, whether he was just covering for some people, which is what I personally believe on that story, or not, this is a guy who's basically copped to calling hookers.
Yeah. No, okay. So with that said, though, moving forward, he seems really remorseful. I
don't disagree with that.
He's a forgiven man.
I think he should be. I mean, we're a forgiving society, and everybody's got.
We always say that. We're really not.
I think we are selectively forgiving.
Yeah, we should be because everybody's got skeletons, and I'm far from one to throw stones. But moving forward, and again, this is pure speculation. Who do you think would possibly embarrass a program more in the future?
I mean, of those two?
Yeah.
I can't answer that.
I mean, Lane Kiffin's going to say things that will make you cringe as a fan, and you're like, oh. I mean, like if I'm an Ole Miss fan today, even if I'm pissed about the officiating, him talking about a mom of a player, talking about how poorly her son was treated, and now I didn't say it, a mom said it. I cringe at that, right? Did it embarrass my program? I don't know. Did it make me cringe?
I just think Hugh got scared straight.
Give us our Dr. B.
I don't think Lane can be scared straight. You're getting nervous with this conversation, aren't you?
No. Okay. Why am I getting nervous with this conversation?
Okay.
Why would I ever be nervous about this? I was trying to get another read in here, and that's it. Why would I be nervous about this conversation?
You didn't comment on which one.
I don't know which one, because both of them have the capability of doing that. One has been put on NCAA probation and admitted to calling hookers. The other one has a dark side of him that we hear all the time about having a good time, and I assume he's still single. So single men should be able to do what they want to do, but there's potential of them embarrassing the program. So I couldn't answer which one of the other. I'm not embarrassed of the conversation at all, not at all. I couldn't give you an answer, and I try not to, talk if I don't have an answer. I didn't have an answer to your question.
So I had a friend call me yesterday asking about Dr. B. He said the front of his hair is thinning, and he said, "How's it working out for you?" And I said, "Well, look, I went in for my second analysis a little over a month ago. The hairs are already 14% thicker. I'm still pretty early in that treatment. Just started the second phase, already have the significant growth." Dr. Beckenstein, as I told him, he's the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation here in the Southeast, takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell Dr. B the Next Round sent you.
I'm not going to say he was slam dunk first candidate, but I do think Dan Lanning was a very popular candidate among a lot of Auburn power boosters, and this is my theory as to why. Because Lanning has basically coached 2/3 of a season. I mean, and Tyler Watts made a good point the other day. I brought this up like, well, I'd like to see a little more out of Dan Lanning. He goes, people get hired as coordinators all the time, never been a head coach.
That's right.
Like Kirby Smart is a great example. And Auburn wanted to hire Kirby Smart. There was a time where Auburn wanted to hire Kirby Smart. And Kirby looked at the situation, and he had been with Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa and saw the value of having full autonomy in a college football program. And he wasn't going to take a job where he wasn't guaranteed that. And I don't think Auburn was willing to guarantee him that at the time. I think part of the Dan Lanning appeal for the Auburn power boosters is his time with Nick Saban and his time with Kirby Smart. I think a lot of those power boosters think this is the guy we missed on with Kirby Smart. Dan Lanning's where we missed.
35-year-old young, hungry recruiter.
With the same pedigree that Kirby Smart had.
And Dan Lanning is a very likable guy that I think is going to have a lot of success the more you watch him. It was a bad call on Saturday night, but Kirby Smart, we saw him make a lot of those calls first couple of years.
The punt in the SEC.
Yeah, the
fake punt in the SEC championship.
He had to win a national championship to live that down.
But you just wonder, because we've said this before, there's something with the Oregon job that runs people off. I mean, they've got all the resources. They've got the ability to dominate that conference. And you just wonder if he's got that autonomy right now in Eugene.
Yeah, G-K-I-R-B-O, Jacourbo. Lanning will be the top candidate at Alabama in the future, maybe at some point. Brown's called it.
Before he ever coached a game.
Before he ever coached a game, he thought he'd be in the mix in Tuscaloosa someday. Lane Kiffin, according to Hoke, the top candidate. Lanning not on the board anymore. If you listen to Hoke talk there, Hugh Freeze will always be on the board, said Hoke. Other names that they mentioned at On 3 Sports, just quickly, so you can have them at point of references: Matt Rule, Jeff Grimes, Mark Stoops coming off the loss to Vandy, Deion Sanders, Sonny Dykes, who's got it rolling at TCU, Dave Aranda at Baylor. The Aranda name is something to keep an eye on, too. And not that I know anything, just he's a guy that obviously an SEC job would be appealing to him no matter what he has going on at Baylor. So
I don't know what to think about Aranda. How do you guys feel? Year one was awful. Year two was really good, and this is a very average year.
How about great defensive coordinator? We know that.
Oh,
for
yeah,
sure.
we do know that.
Yeah, so that's as a head coach, though, jury is still out. 205-734-0923. Before we get to trash, let's work somebody in on the phones, Brownie.
Let's go to Buddy in Birmingham. He's got a thought on Hugh Freeze. What do you say there, Buddy? What's going on?
Hey, guys. Love the program.
Thank you.
After all these years. All right, listen. I got a question about Hugh Freeze for LT, and really for all y'all. Is there an ethical value if you're buying hookers for players?
I would say there is not an ethical value. No.
I mean, is that wrong? If that's what he was doing, and that's really, listen, you can admit to your wife that you had affairs. His wife supported him, and you better believe in a heartbeat, it wasn't because he was cheating. He was using hookers to influence players.
Well, there's a lot of speculation out there, and I still find it hard to believe a head coach is going to use his cell phone to solicit a prostitute for one of his players. I find that hard to believe.
I agree, but some people are true blondes in this world, Lance. We've all done stupid things, and you go, crap, I can't believe I did that. But he got caught in a bad situation, and that's where I think you have to draw the line, because he has no moral compass. He was quoting the Bible verses and buying hookers for players to influence their decision. And that's what I think that's why it's hard for me when I hear you guys keep saying that you win at all costs. I think there is, because is that what you teach your kids? And that's what he's doing. He's influencing young kids that, for the most part, they don't have a father figure. And I think that's where we've gone wrong in society, is it's okay to do one thing and say another, and it's not. And that's why I have a hard time believing. And it's just, that's why the world's the way it is.
No, you make a good point. And look, and I completely respect your opinion there, but we don't know. It's kind of, this is a bad analogy. You know, certain guys got caught using PEDs and steroids, and there was all these other guys out there that were probably doing it, and we don't know anything about those guys.
Because they didn't get caught.
Yeah, and there's a lot of coaches that, again, in any industry, there are people that have a failed moral compass. Hugh Freeze was caught. We don't know exactly what went down. You can paint whatever picture you want. I just think the guy truly seems remorseful. He's been given a second shot with Liberty. I know he can coach. He's been able to beat Nick Saban in back-to-back years. I'm just saying, I think he would be a good fit for Auburn, my opinion.
Conversation continues. Our friends at Auburn Live with their latest board down there with Justin Hokanson. We appreciate him being with us. Trash is on the other side. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Holiday season, Nichols Outfitters, always a great place to look as well as you get ready for that perfect gift.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Jimmy D. Our friends at Nichols Outfitters, they know the outdoors, and the end-of-the-year sale continuing there. Select items 30 to 50% off. If you're shopping for a holiday gift for the outdoorsman, take advantage of this opportunity. 30 to 50% off select items until the end of the year. You'll find it at Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham, or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
We'll get to trash in just a second. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. If you want to watch good basketball tonight, you got it. You got Auburn at home. You got Alabama on the road down in Mobile against South Alabama. Late start, 9 o'clock in that one. You got Kentucky and Michigan State and Kansas and Duke back-to-back starting at 6 on ESPN. So it's a big night. Got a couple of college football games in the MAC with the 2 division leaders playing not against each other but playing tonight. So pretty good little sports night tonight. All of that could be enjoyed and made a little better sitting at home with Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, we actually had some guests in the green room yesterday, poured a couple of Redmont Vodkas for them. Again, it's locally owned and operated. Their aim is clarity and taste. It's color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package, including Pink Package and Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It's available in 20 states now. It's Redmont Vodka.
We're on our way to trash, but real quickly, Forrester, can you give me the picture of, well, bring it up. It's Tyson and Holyfield together in Christmas sweaters. The two, Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield, are in business together. Yes, that is ear-shaped cannabis, Brown.
I mean, why?
Ear-shaped cannabis. They're in business together. Tyson and Holyfield said, quote, or this was Tyson's quote, "If I had been on cannabis that night, I would have never bit his ear." That's their slogan there. Ear-shaped cannabis from Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield.
Give me another tight shot of the packaging. I want to see what kind that is, if we can even.
Can you imagine going into business with Mike Tyson? Like,
I'm going to say that he really doesn't have anything to do with the business outside of being the front. No.
You don't think they're letting Mike Tyson run the books?
I'd eat an ear.
With that, let's do trash. Hit it, man.
Hey, Wendy, can you read this?
Mike Coochie's Harry.
Can you?
What is Mike Coochie's Harry? Mike Coochie's Harry. Mike Coochie's What the hell is your problem?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
What was she reading, Rockstar?
They have the words Mike, who, cheese, Harry.
Have you never played that?
And you
that
show it to
game?
somebody, and they just go, "My coochie's hairy."
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
It's a pretty funny game. I've played the game before.
By the way, breaking news on Cooper Kupp. I saw
that during the Hoke interview. Yeah, IR.
He's going. The ankle surgery placed on IR is going to miss at least 4 games. I guess it'll be the tightrope, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
I don't know why you need him back. I'd shut him down for the year.
Yeah,
They're
I mean,
done.
what do y'all got to win?
Yeah.
Nothing.
When you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are higher, and if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available and build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can help you buy quickly and take advantage of the increased home inventory. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Got a 41-year-old man was arrested in October after he pistol whipped and shot a PlayStation 4 video game console during an argument with his stepson.
You ever pistol whipped an object?
I've died. It seems hard to do.
Now, police say the stepson told them his father, Byron Haynes, was yelling at his sister. The boy intervened. The boy said Haynes told him to shut the bleep up, get out of the room. According to police, the arrest report shows the boy and Haynes began to argue. The man retrieved a gun from his bedroom. Police say Haynes began to pistol whip a PlayStation 4 before shooting the console. Stepson told police Haynes aimed the gun at him while telling him to leave the home, which is why the boy called his mom to pick him up. Police said Haynes later claimed that he accidentally fired the gun while beating the PlayStation 4. He also claimed that he never pointed the gun at the boy.
Well, I mean,
Hey,
that's
Mom,
good.
can you come pick me up? How's it going, honey? Why are you calling so soon?
What does that sound in the background? Dad's beating the shit out of the PlayStation.
My PlayStation's getting pistol whipped right now, and I'm just ready to go.
Pistol whipped.
Yeah. Anger issues, possibly?
Yeah, maybe a little.
Okay, I guess you got a picture of this one.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Nordstrom
perfect.
releases the perfect winter coat. It's called the oversized down cape coat.
We got to get somebody to get this. It's cheap, but this is fashion these days.
Well, Dunaway likes being Jimmy Carrey.
I do too. If the company will buy it for me, I'll
Okay,
wear
so
it.
this
all.
is the Rick Owens channel quilted.
I will wear that all summer long if it is bought for me.
It looks like the was it Dr. Octopus? Who was the
Yeah, Doc Ock. Well, you also you can do it. You can wear it a different way. You can wear it like this.
Oh yeah.
You fold the sleeves up.
That's ridiculous.
I'm going to need that sleeve to come a little bit more towards the front.
Now,
right?
I
So
like a
it's-
good jacket. I'm an outerwear
good
guy.
jacket, yeah.
Yeah, but that's just I don't get that.
I probably wear a jacket like 5 times a year, and that one looks a little extra.
Yeah, go ahead and put that boot in my cart too. I'll take those boots too.
Oh, yeah?
Sir.
That's a female's jacket, it appears. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
It does appear.
I think it's unisex.
Oh, you think so?
It's a big marshmallow. I don't think it.
Yeah.
You think the sleeves get a little dirty?
Anyway, it says dramatically elongated sleeves. You know what the price tag on this thing is?
$12.99.
That's a great guess, but I'm gonna say a little higher. I'm gonna say $14.99.
First of all, that's a down coat. It's at Nordstrom.
Hey.
And all the extra material. It's $4,500.
$4,500. Huh. I'm going to pass. Thank you.
Gucci does a dog bowl. I saw Lady Bird was going through her catalog the other day.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
So
Gucci does a
ridiculous.
dog bowl.
Right.
$1,700 for a dog bowl.
How many did you order? You got to have one for upstairs and one for downstairs.
No.
You gotta have a water bowl.
I mean,
too.
if you don't love your dog, Lance, that's fine.
Lady Bird, if you want this one, bark twice.
You know,
Go through
the
catalog.
first time I ever saw power slapping, do y'all know what that is?
I really do not
Yeah,
know.
it's where we stand across from each other and you slap.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you
This.
now.
So
Yeah.
I saw it before the Jake Paul fight
Right.
when Pete Davidson, who's now dating
Emily Ratajkowski.
Yeah, I mean, dating another supermodel. I don't get that. But anyway, he was emceeing the event before Jake Paul fought, and a couple of guys were doing this. But Dana White is launching the power slap competitive open-handed striking sport. UFC President Dana White on Friday announced the launch of power slap. This is a combat sport focused on competitive open hand striking.
According to a news release, Power Slap is both sanctioned and regulated. The release comes from Pilgrim Media Group, which will produce Power Slap. It will feature competitors from across the globe competing on the ultimate stage to showcase their power, technique, and resolve.
Does it look like a little bit of a mismatch to you?
Yeah, I'll go guy in the beard, no doubt.
Let me just ask you.
How do you find out if you're good at this?
Yeah.
All right, first, guys, take your shirts off.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Why do they not have shirts on?
And then how has Vince McMahon lost all that weight? It does look like Vince McMahon, the head does, of getting hit.
Oh, the guy getting slapped?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's got to be concussion causing.
You think?
Yeah, I would imagine it contributes to them.
I don't think they get put in protocol. It says it's going to launch an 8-episode series in which athletes will compete to earn a spot in the Cast House, the first Power Slap rankings. Slap fighting received approval from the Nevada State Athletic Commission in October.
I've only seen it like in foreign countries, like in Istanbul and places like that.
Well, they're going to oversight safety measures, ensure proper rules are in place, including medical personnel on site. You got any live video, Rocky?
I don't think we can show it, but just the still is what gets me. Like how much? Look how big his hand is.
No, I mean the guy with the beard looks like he can knock the guy's head off.
Is it a coin toss who goes first? Would you rather go first or second?
I would want to go.
Just the anticipation.
Yeah.
I'd want to hit first.
I'd want to hit first.
I'd defer to the second half.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like it's fair for the other guy to have a beard. I mean, that's
I kind of agree with Jim on that. Yeah,
that's
you're right,
protection.
Jim.
You
Yeah.
got to be clean shaven.
Yeah.
God, man.
What's next?
What a way to make a living. Illinois man added another Guinness World Record to his collection when he wore 509 lanyards around his neck. Sonny Molina is a surgical nurse and said that the record attempt was a tribute to the healthcare system that he works at. The attempt also raised money for a local nonprofit group. Molina's previous records includes most ultrasounds completed in a month and the longest distance walking barefoot on Lego bricks.
Oh, my God.
Lego bricks.
I mean, half a foot is enough for me.
2 feet.
Again, Guinness charges you for these records.
Yeah. A lot of people got some time on their hands, man.
And obviously money.
What do? You just sit there in the break room and everybody comes in. Hey, can you guys just go ahead and put your lanyard on me until you get up to the number?
So to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, a man has completed the UK's rudest walk. He started from Cockermouth to his brother's address at Lickey End, all for charity.
Walked right through Cock Lane, too.
Now, James Forrest, 39, embarked on what they call the innuendo-fueled hilarious hike, summiting peaks such as the Great Cock Up, Little Cock Up, and Andrews Knob. There was also a woodland called Nanny's Breast, a nature preserve called Knob End, and a waterway titled Bottoms Reserved. During his adventure, he visited named streets such as Bell End, Cocking Yard, Ten Butts Crescent, and Number 2 Passage. He went on to say, quote, there was a certain poetry to it with me living in Cockermouth and my brother moving to Lickety End. And some silly banner led to a bet that I wouldn't do it, but he proved his brother wrong.
You know, the problem with Cock Lane, Rockstar, you get a lot of backup there where you have those two roundabouts.
Yeah, it's the same thing about Number 2 Passage.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's you can't get through.
Yeah.
You need a little help.
A lot of traffic.
Drive time traffic.
I'm a big fan of 10 Butts Crescent.
You know
10
what?
10 Butts Crescent.
You never want to get rear-ended in Cock Lane.
Never? Ever?
That's a tough insurance claim is what that is.
It really is.
That is Trash Today brought to you by.
Where are you? I'm on Andrews Knob. Oh, my God.
With rates trending upward, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain a 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I think Milkman 256 is saying sort of what LT is saying about Hugh Freeze. He says, as an Alabama fan, Freeze scares me more than Kiffin does.
Well, he's got 2 wins versus Saban. Kiffin has 0. I think Alabama fans will probably point to that.
I just personally believe, and look, I know there's a lot more sizzle to Lane Kiffin. I think Hugh Freeze is the better overall coach.
Part of this hour is being brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. My friends Woody and Poochie are here. They're always chasing great food. I always tell them when they want good Southern fried chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling Screw down there will make you really, really, really a great plate of food, but also those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You cannot beat them. It is champy'schicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young Alabama's fourth Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
More reaction on our Auburn coaching search before we get to some Jimbo Fisher illegal contact and piling on of Jimbo Fisher. All of that brought to you by our friends at Buzzed. If you want to keep the party going, even if your team's 3-7, you can do that with Buzzed.
Yeah, look, again, the holidays, they're right around the corner. One thing you don't want to do is leave your own party. Have Buzzed bring the party to you. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service. It's found on your app store, BUZD. Download it today. Use that code NEXTROUND for 15% off that first purchase. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8s and Delta 9s. They've got alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, BUZD.
The Shepherd says the Auburn job is just not about beating Saban. We could have kept the coach that had more wins than him against him than anyone, Gus. It's time to start beating Georgia and everyone else as well. See, I agree with his perspective there. And when you said something about Freeze and Kiffin in comparison, and I think it was an Alabama fan that had said that.
Milkman 256.
Yeah, Milkman. That Freeze scares me more. It's because Freeze has beaten Saban twice. But I agree with the Shepherd. You don't hire a coach based on that number. Like, Saban's not going to be at Alabama forever. And even if he is, if all you do is beat Alabama, that's nice. But, you want to win championships and things like that. And that's something Gus couldn't do consistently, even though he did beat Alabama more than anyone.
The coaching carousel will move really fast next week after the Thursday night games. As soon as everyone's regular season wraps up, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you'll have some firings, some coaches who announce maybe we're going to fill these jobs at Arizona State, at Nebraska, at Auburn, at UAB, maybe if they make a move. Some of that stuff really starts moving fast, but not until a week from this Thursday do we start seeing some of that fall in place. It just would be a bad look. Say Lane Kiffin took another job. It would be a bad look to make that announcement before you've played and coached the Egg Bowl.
No, you got to bite the bullet. Like, say if you're Lane Kiffin and you accept the Auburn job today. I mean, it's just for the purposes of this conversation. You got 2 more games left. You just got to bite the bullet and answer the questions in the press conference. That's the only thing you can do. You can't do it any other way. But to do that, then let the season end, then make the announcement.
Our friends at Hemphill are there when you wake up and your plumbing's not working, or your cooling's not working, or this time of year your heating's not working. Adam, Chad, and that team, they fix it. They fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they do it at a fair price. That's the way Hemphill has been doing business since 1954. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since then for your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. It's Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090 for our friends at Hemphill. Jimbo Fisher this week asked this question about the perception of his program being in disarray. Here's Jimbo Fisher.
And what's going on what might be going on in recruiting right now. There's those that follow this program that are worried about whether or not it's in disarray and what's the long-term outlook for this program.
It's not in disarray. We've got very good players here. We've got good guys. We'll keep coaching, good young players. Recruiting, we're in good shape in recruiting and what we're doing. And there's, like I say, there's other ways in recruiting, like signing a full class. There's other ways with portals and different things. You address things now. But we're not in disarray in recruiting. We're not in disarray on our team. Our guys are playing their tails off, playing hard. Got to continue to help them play better, and got a great attitude and with demeanor. I think it looks very good.
Brown, can you pull up 24/7
sure,
team
Jim.
rankings?
Yeah, as you do that, not in disarray, you've lost 6 consecutive games. First time this program's done that since 1980.
72, I think, right?
Maybe 72. Maybe it was before last week. Maybe it was 1980. Anyway, long time. First time he's ever done that in his career, Jimbo's career, 6 consecutive losses. You are arguably the worst team in the SEC right now outside of Vanderbilt. And I really don't know if they played Vanderbilt right now, if they could score.
I think it'd be a tight game. I do. 24/7, is that what you wanted me to do?
The
because
composite.
On 3 had him higher. On 3, he's got him at 15, which is, I think, the composite of all the composites. But 24/7 has him at 23.
23.
23. 1 5-star, 7 4-stars, and a 3-star. They've got 11 total commitments, so their class still has some work to do.
But you heard Jimbo say for the first time, you got portal, that kind of stuff, different ways to do it nowadays. So the guy that was number one recruiting class last year now talking portal about filling some of the holes to maybe win some games more immediately.
Well, I will tell you what I do not see in the 11 commitments they have right now that they're in desperate need of.
Quarterback.
That is correct.
They need a quarterback, which is where the portal, I'm sure, comes in. For Jimbo Fisher, he also was asked about what LT is saying, this 6-game losing streak. Was there any signs that this season could, quote, go in a tailspin? Here's Jimbo.
Jimbo, were there signs early on that this season could kind of tailspin the way it has?
No, I mean, you got young players in some situations you had to fill in and had some key injuries at different points in time. It just didn't time together, but that's no excuse. You got to have it, and you're always fighting for inches. And like I say, when you're successful in this league or any league, it's much closer than when you have success. The how close you are to not having the season you want is very close, and when you don't have success, having a good season is not as far away as you really look at it. I mean, we just can't. They haven't gotten over the hump on the place.
It really doesn't make any sense.
It's always, as a young group of players with a mix of older guys that we just haven't found that perfect mix yet.
Yeah, somebody says
Rick.
I don't know. It's just words. It's a word salad with him. But
he's just got that eat shit grin.
It's the grin of a guy that, hey, if y'all don't like this, if y'all don't like one thing I'm doing, just tell me, guys. I will leave here today if you don't like me, Dunaway. Guess what I'm leaving with, though?
Yeah, the misery of having to do the news conferences
it's every
all
week.
the time now. I mean, I know he's getting paid well to do it.
Yeah, and getting paid well if they want him to stop doing it.
But that's why there's a number for me to just not have to deal with this for the next 3 years of my life if I'm him, to where if you come in and say, hey, we'll give you $40 million cash to walk away right now, I'd think hard about that.
We don't.
I know I'm leaving 46 on the table, but I would think hard about that.
Yeah, I don't think you can spend it.
We don't say many nice things about Jimbo, and I don't know if this is a nice thing or not. I will defend him a little bit at Saturday night at Auburn, because this is not all his fault. He's playing that game without Anais Smith and Devin Achane. That was two of the best playmakers potentially in the Southeastern Conference.
That was more on him.
Those are injuries.
Yeah.
I was about to say the Moose Muhammad thing is very confusing. I don't know what's going on with Moose Muhammad.
Jimbo Fisher saying yesterday that when it comes to Moose Muhammad, it's an internal situation. We've addressed it. We're moving on. And then his backup question was asked, is he available this weekend? Yes, he is.
Okay, well, that's good for them that he's available this weekend.
So apparently the temperature will be over 50 degrees, and he won't have to wear those sleeves that got him benched this past weekend. That's our Jimbo Fisher Pile-On segment. When we come back in the final hour, we will do a lot more college football, including the potential of chaos. Andy Staple wrote a nice story at The Athletic over the weekend and into Monday on that. Chaos in the college football playoffs. How chaotic can it get? And tonight we've got 3.0 of the playoffs committee's selections coming out, just a few more of those. It's at halftime of the basketball tonight. All of this on the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. They bring you the steak bet every day on the show when we give you updates on the steak bet, and some good ones coming down the road. We're looking forward to those, and some that have happened in the past, like this last weekend, us splitting a couple of games. It's our friends at New York Butcher Shop when you're ready to split a great steak.
Hey, and not only that, but they can cater your Thanksgiving. Jim and the guys, I think we've got a turkey shortage, don't we?
I don't know.
I cannot confirm that.
I think we do, so it's probably time to pre-order.
We could get Hokanson back on the line and hold his feet to the fire over that one.
And Thanksgiving's right around the corner. Obviously, it's next week. I mean, really, days away. You need to stop by the New York Butcher Shop. You can either do the turkey, the great sides from there, or the non-traditional Thanksgiving. Get certified Angus prime beef steaks, premium pork chops, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. 2 great locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll use Andy Staples' story at The Athletic as a backdrop in just a second to discuss potential chaos down the stretch here on what could happen in these final 2 weeks of the regular season and bowl games coming up. A reminder that the Next Round store is there for you every day as you shop for the holidays. NextRound.store takes you directly there. NextRound.store is where you can get your shirts, your hoodies, your hats, and a whole lot more. NextRound.store. And just check out some of the new gear if you're looking for the Next Round fan in your life's favorite gift, or maybe you want to suggest it to the person buying you gifts this holiday season, that maybe you want something from the Next Round store. You can get it at nextround.store, nextround.store. And this hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie, LT. Brownie, we're about to talk about a little chaos. MyBookie can help you ride that chaos wave.
Oh, they can. So many sports books to choose from. You need a platform that makes it simple to bet and win. MyBookie.ag makes it simple to bet and win. MyBookie.ag has a huge selection of odds, props, and contests for all your sports betting needs, anytime, anywhere. Stream games, live bet while you watch, so you can turn game day into payday with MyBookie.ag. Sign up free today, and with promo code NEXTROUND, you'll claim a half deposit match of any amount up to $1,000. They match 50% of your initial deposit up to $1,000. That's with promo code NEXTROUND. When you go to mybookie.ag, you're not just betting, you're joining the winning team. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, promo code next round. That's mybookie.ag, promo code next round.
The last scenario, which is the longest, is the one Staples put together. I can't read it all for you. If you're a member of The Athletic, go read it. But he does have one scenario that gives you Ohio State, LSU, Georgia, and Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, there is, when I looked at it, USC loses, TCU loses. I think this could happen.
Okay.
And by the way, he says if that happens, before they even play the games on December 31st, the 12-team playoff would be announced for next year.
Which would be good for everyone,
yeah,
right?
which I would be all about. I'd be
so
for
it's
that.
Ohio State, LSU, Georgia, and Tennessee.
Yeah.
So it requires TCU to lose maybe twice, which is possible.
At least once, likely twice, it says in here.
Yeah, Southern Cal to lose once or twice, which is certainly possible. I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt for Clemson to go ahead and take another loss. So you got North Carolina to deal with at that point, but I don't know that they can get in.
Do you think North Carolina, if they win out, would jump one of those three teams?
They're 15th right now, Lance, and as you mentioned, they've got NC State left, who is 16th. I mean, we got to see where they go. I'm just basing this on last week's. And then Clemson, who is 10. So they got two top 15-ish wins coming up.
No, I mean, NC State's out now.
No, that's true, because they lost. My apologies. Yeah, so NC State will drop out. So they got Clemson. I mean, that's. I don't think that's enough.
Of course, I think they're going to lose.
Who, Clemson?
No.
North Carolina. Yeah.
I could easily see this happen. North Carolina lose to NC State and then beat Clemson.
Yeah, and that's the scenario it has to happen to have a chance as your three SEC teams. And it includes Alabama winning out to become that most valuable win for Tennessee. They would have LSU and Alabama at that point with LSU winning out.
Yeah, I mean, I think LSU wants LSU, again, doesn't matter. They got to beat Georgia, and they're in. But Tennessee definitely, for an odd situation for them, needs to be an Alabama fan. You want Alabama to be as highly ranked as possible if you're Tennessee.
They also have to beat UAB this weekend, LSU, not just everyone else. They got to beat UAB, Texas A&M. They can be SEC champion, but a loss to UAB or Texas A&M would make that – it would be like Penn State the year they won the Big Ten and didn't go. They would be left out as a three-loss conference champion.
There's no doubt. If they drop one of these next two,
that's right.
Yeah, but them dropping one of those and beating Georgia is about as unlikely a scenario as you could paint.
So looking at this weekend schedule, where's the realism for chaos?
Well, this was, Lance, I don't know if you were here. I think you were here the day that I ran through this weekend as being the weekend for chaos in college football. Now, I did this about a month ago and was trying to project what might happen.
Well, let me just run through realistic upsets and tell me where we are when it's all settled, okay?
Okay.
If I just realistically say Baylor beats TCU, so keep up with this as we go.
All right.
And we'll just say Illinois plays the game of their life, and they beat Michigan.
Yeah, I looked at that game really hard this morning. I can't really find a path to victory based on the way Illinois looked the last couple of weeks.
So that drops TCU out of contention, and it drops Michigan out of contention, and it sets up the nightmare scenario potentially for the Big 12.
Illinois and Michigan play the exact same style of football, but Michigan does it with much better personnel.
Yeah, and they do it better than Illinois does as well. Maryland gets their offense going and upsets Ohio State. Not going to happen.
No.
Miami beating Clemson, possibility?
Miami has been so bad.
Yeah, they've tapped out.
Clemson can just play ugly, but gosh, Miami's a bad football team.
Of course, they did win this past weekend against Georgia Tech. But then they got blown out last weekend by Florida State.
Blown out doesn't even cover it, and that was in Hard Rock Stadium.
Any concern on Tennessee at South Carolina this week?
No.
UCLA could easily beat USC.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think that'll happen. That's one that will happen.
I mean, we'll talk. We'll give you our upset alert later in the next segment. But UAB is only a 14.5-point underdog against LSU down in Tiger Stadium. Utah and Oregon play. There's still chaos there. If Utah beats Oregon, knocks them even further down the list.
You know, there were two numbers I was curious about where Vegas would release these games on Sunday. One was Auburn, Western Kentucky. Because we have talked a lot on this show about the fact for months now that you just can't put Western Kentucky in that win column. It's too good of an offense against Auburn. We painted the picture of a game between Texas A&M and Alabama. It's a classic letdown trap game, last home game of the year. It is senior day. That probably helps Auburn. When that number came out at 6.5, though, Lance, I didn't think it'd be anywhere that near that low. I mean, I was thinking like Auburn would be a 13.5-point favorite.
No, I was thinking more 8. I thought they'd put it over a touchdown.
Yeah, but
not double.
But it's already dropped down to 5.5. The other one was UAB and LSU, because you look at UAB, and I mean, what are they, like 19 points for being undefeated? And that's a kind of a silly statistic because they've got 4 losses. But they're not getting blown out. I mean, all their losses have been last possession type games.
And you go back to that early Liberty loss. I know Liberty just lost to UConn.
Yeah,
but losing that game by a possession.
Yeah, and Jim, all their games have been like one possession losses, so it's not as bad a team as the record would indicate. And LSU teams have been able to run the football a little bit on them, and that's what UAB does so well. Now, LSU's not terrible against the run, but
UAB's going to run it.
You know they're going to run it, and they've been able to line up and run it on people when people know what's coming. But the biggest thing I think at play here, and I don't know, Lance, you tell me, and Furman could answer this tomorrow as well, how much Vegas plays into this. But if I'm an LSU fan, what scares me to death is, we won the West.
Yeah.
Now, man, if we could just beat Georgia, we're in the college football playoff.
And these two games along the way are not gimmies.
Well,
even though Texas A&M
at least gets my attention. That's a conference game.
Yeah, I mean, it should, based on the history of those two teams. I mean, it's still A&M personnel. And we go back to the audio clip we heard from Kirby yesterday when somebody asked him about the matchup with LSU. And he's like, we got 2 more games.
Yeah.
That's laughable, because they will roll on their final 2 games. But Brian Kelly legitimately has 2 more games.
But do you think Vegas plays that into that number, though? That was kind of my question. Because, Jim, where did you think that game would be? I didn't think it'd be
at LSU and UAB.
LSU, UAB.
I thought 14.
You thought about that?
I thought 17.5 or 20.
Yeah, I kind of thought where you are, maybe somewhere around 20.
Yeah. Mark Stoops, cut 6, Rockstar. You say there's no chance for Kentucky against Georgia. They got Chris Rodriguez. I mean, Kentucky is as good as Missouri, better than Missouri?
They're better than Missouri.
Okay, it's a home game against Georgia, and we saw what Georgia did on the road at Missouri. That was a scary game for them.
My only thing I would say is you wonder where Kentucky's mentality is after losing to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, well, a lot of people thought they were looking ahead. Mark Stoops on where this team was expected to be and where they are right now. A lot of hair in the back.
Challenges coaching a team where everybody this summer told these guys how good they were going to be versus for most of your tenure it was all you're the underdog. People are picking against you. That was so important to establish this.
I think it's fair because it's human nature, and we fight against it as strong as we can, and it's like, what we can be, but we have some youth and some things to fill, and I'm just not one that I don't know. I don't feel comfortable talking about excuses. You know what I mean? And doing that. You know what I mean? It is what you just fire at me. We have a good team. Yeah. What am I going to say? No. Yeah. I believe in our players. I believe in our team. I still believe in them. And nobody's given up. And we do have a very good team. We have to play better in certain situations. As I mentioned 1,000 times to the team, there's so many plays in a game. You don't know which one's going to determine the outcome of it. And we've let a couple games come down to a couple, mistakes. And we try to, we're not good enough to overcome them, but we didn't overcome them.
His stock, where is it for you right now, Mark Stoops?
I still, and I've think I brought it up yesterday. They're still 6-4, and in old Kentucky terms, that's a really good season. It's just the expectation has gone up so much. And coming into this season, we said if there was one other team that would win the East and challenge Georgia, it was going to be Kentucky. And it's been a really disappointing year. But I still think Mark Stoops is a really good coach.
I think when we said that, I took Tennessee, so I think I was right about that.
Maybe you might have.
You know, here's what worries me if I'm Auburn and Mark Stoops is on my radar. Here's what worries me about this guy. He's exceeded expectations at Kentucky. We would all agree with that. The thing that plagues him, though, is they are always so bad or average on offense. And I can't figure that out. Like Liam Cohen was the offensive coordinator last year. Graded Kentucky's offense last year. You'd give it a what?
C.
C?
Yeah.
And Liam Cohen is so well thought of that your boy hired him as his offensive coordinator.
Yeah, might need to punt him now.
Well, I mean, your offense hasn't exactly been dynamic this year under Liam
Looked
Cohen.
a lot like Kentucky last year, to be honest with you.
But still, I mean,
he went out there and turned
a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, what's your quarterback?
Matt Stafford.
He turned Stafford into Will Levis.
Yeah, he really did. So, but they hire Rich Scangarello, who, if I remember right, Lance, was working for the San Francisco staff, right?
Mrs. Scangarello?
Am I right about that? Isn't that where Scangarello came from? I think he was with San Francisco. I think he was with that offensive
with Shanahan?
Yeah, with Shanahan out there. And they've been just as bad this year, if not a little bit worse, maybe. So why can this guy never have a good offense?
I really don't know.
Does that not worry you if you want to hire him?
They've always seemed to have a good offensive line. They've always got a good running back.
Hey, by the way, an offensive line so well thought of, Alabama needed an offensive line coach. Whose offensive line coach did they hire?
Yeah, they went and got Wolford.
They went and got Kentucky, yeah, Wolford from Kentucky. So obviously, yeah, he was quarterbacks coach. So this guy was out there with my guy, right, with McDaniel, and he was out there and with Shanahan, who's thought of as an offensive genius. He's the quarterbacks coach. And he comes in, and they are no better. They're no better on offense. At some point, that's got to be head coach related. I mean, he's hired good offensive coordinators. Why can they never be any good?
We'll see if Kentucky's on anybody upset alert board. We do that in the next segment. Evan's sending us the developing news. I have not checked my email. I'm sure it's in there. He's saying that the USFL is relocating the Tampa Bay Bandits to Memphis to be the Showboats. I do like the Showboats uniform and name. I'm glad that's coming back. I hate we're losing the Tampa Bay Bandits. I love that uniform and that name too. I do not like the New Orleans Breakers. I would rather have dumped the Breakers and brought the Showboats in. But
yep,
at least we still got the Stallions.
I mean, the attendance, the turnout at why is Tampa Bay? They haven't even been to Tampa Bay yet. Why
don't think it's sell.
Why are we relocating it?
They reached an agreement, according to USFL, for the Memphis Showboats to play the season at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, home of the '80s team that featured Pro Hall of Famer Reggie White.
Okay, so we're moving towards playing the season in cities this year?
There'll be, I know Birmingham and New Orleans are playing in Birmingham.
Right.
Obviously, Memphis is playing in Memphis. I don't know about the rest. As of yesterday, they may have announced it today, but what I read yesterday, they had not announced the plans for the other teams, but Birmingham and New Orleans are playing here.
Remind me why we did it like that last year?
It was it was just startup cost and everything. It was the budget. Yeah. It worked out really good. And there's the Showboats logo. Changing the colors a little bit because it used to be the old little bit of the Houston Oiler colors, I think. The old Memphis Showboats there. That's a little blue and orange.
Always like
yellow. Is that
it's
Ram
yellow.
color?
It's yellow. It's Predator color.
Yeah, it does look like the Nashville Preds for sure.
Yeah. Is it St. Louis Rams colors?
No, that's a weird. That's like a how would I describe a sunburst orange?
Oh, very good. Sunburst orange, a tangerine maybe.
Yeah, I don't know why Tampa lost their team. I mean, if I'm a Tampa fan, I'd be like, what way? I mean, we couldn't even go to the games. Well, why are we losing them?
I can't help it. Nobody in Birmingham went to our games.
Yeah, we love them here.
All right. Memphis Grizzlies colors, Caleb says.
Okay.
Is that the
I'll
Grizzlies
take that.
colors?
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. All right. When we come back, we'll do our upset alert today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Dobel Diamante Tequila. We just gifted a bottle of tequila to some good friends of ours.
Yes, we
swung
did.
by up here. Because we were talking about it last night. We were sitting there having drinks, and we said, listen, when you're getting tequila, get the best tequila out there right now. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first multi-age tequila They take the añejo and the reposado and they age it in the new European oak barrels, double filter it to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit and character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro de Bell, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. We ring the bells, some upset alerts when we come back in the next round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Weird things to light people by. Hey, it's upset alert time here on the show. We will save time for our leader in just a second. But Rockstar, get the open ready to go here.
Why are you saving time?
Well, just in case.
Oh.
I don't know if you have guests coming in or not today, so we'll save the leader for just a little bit because he does have the possibility of some wardrobe change to get back into the Brown Bandit outfit if he rips that vest off.
The Brown Bandit's been red hot. I don't know if you've kept up with him.
Yeah. We'll get to the standings.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's brought to you by Baumhauer's. Hit it, Rockstar.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. Woo, woo. College football's upset alert.
And our friend Bob Baumhauer was the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to Alabama back in 1981. Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob Baumhauer is still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in for a delicious lunch or dinner to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, let's see the standings of our upset alert. Brownie is 7-4. 7 times he has connected on the bonus dog.
He's tripled us up.
3 points. He gets 3 points when you go by plus 6.5 or more and win the game outright. He's done that 7 times.
That is remarkable, man.
This year.
Yeah, 7 out of 11 tries. I mean, that's Lance in Vegas. That's pretty good, right?
Oh, yeah, just straight up against the number.
Yeah.
That would be a really good record.
Yeah, I'm playing money line, though, in Vegas.
I used to be good at this, and I've just been awful.
Yeah,
3 and 8
It's
LT
okay.
there. He's hit 1 time or 2 times on the big dog and 1 outright. And I'm 5 and 6, which means I've only hit 1 on a big dog, and the rest have been 1-point wins or covers.
But you guys are trying, and that's what I like about this. Is y'all do it every week. I mean, you have not tapped out, man.
Yeah. I thought about sitting this segment out.
No.
Hey, and listen,
but I'm working on my art, man. I've never been a good artist.
I kept up with the standings this year. Usually when I'm out, I don't keep up with the standings.
I know. I remember one year, Jim on the upset alert back when we were in radio said, I really don't think we ought to give the standings this year. I just don't think we ought to.
Oh,
do
you
it.
know when we're giving the standings done away is leading.
But this time he's not, and you've kept up with us. So
I
thank
did
you.
notice I slipped back into a point tie and a better record than LT in the second. So
Yeah, I know.
I'm
back.
about to flip that around right now.
I'm back in a slight lead for the
Okay.
silver medal.
Yeah. Well, you're almost bowl eligible. You're
I'm
5
almost-
and 6.
yeah, I am.
1 win this week.
So let's get to the upset alerts. LT will start us off since he's on the bottom. Rockstar, will you get cut 10 ready for after LT tells us his upset alert?
We got elements with it, Rockstar.
I want to say that this is one of the most difficult mascots to draw.
Okay.
I'll go on and release it, and then I'll tell you why.
All right, here we go.
Oh, my goodness. That's actually really good.
Is that pretty good?
Wow, look at
It's
Lance.
really good.
Hey, that is better than your Cardinal.
Is
That
it really?
Yeah,
really
and
good.
I didn't think you could top the Cardinal.
This took me about 35 minutes.
Lance has been
I don't know
doing
what
it.
you guys have been talking about on the show. So this is the last time I'll do a Blazer. So let's take a picture of this one, though.
Yeah, please,
hold
Jim,
on.
get a photo
I
of
do
this
need that.
because Lance is.
It's like showing off his artwork at school.
See his smile.
All right.
All right.
Look, Dylan Hopkins back in the lineup. They're playing for pride. They got to win another game to get to a bowl. This UAB team is not going to accomplish close to what they came into the season trying to accomplish. But Dwayne McBride, Jermaine Brown running the football, both of those guys combined 270 yards last week against a not bad North Texas team that came into that game 6-4. I think if UAB plays clean football, I think they can make this really interesting. LSU was flat last week, and I don't know how you get back up for UAB. And Jaden Daniels was bad. I called that last week. I don't know if he fixes it overnight, but I think UAB is going to give them some problems.
Okay, that's LT saying he thinks UAB is going to give LSU some problems.
You got to say it, though, so he can play that. We didn't really do you got to say it so Rockstar can play the
What happened to the issue with the computer? I
God
gotta find-
almighty. How many Windows updates are we going to get in
No,
a
we're
day?
good. We're good. It's just that I have to reopen every single thing, and there's a lot of folders in this file.
Okay,
we
I'm
have,
sorry.
so,
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you give? Oh, so you can't give him a siren, is what you're saying?
I can do the Ember. Woo!
No. If we can't do it for
I will tell you
we're
this.
going
I
to.
will not be surprised if
Say it.
UAB
Say it.
wins the game outright, and we are saying on Monday we lead with UAB, the biggest win in program history, and LSU is completely knocked out of the college football playoff.
Well, by the way, series 1-1, 1-1.
You're not going to be surprised if UAB wins this game. Wow.
I really wouldn't be surprised.
Interesting. Moving slightly up, just a
More
half.
surprised that Arizona beat UCLA.
Just a half game further up in the standings there. Slight lead for me. I'm going to go to the Pac-12 and look for an upset. I think in the desert in Tempe, we get a little bit of the fear of the fork with
Look at
Oregon
that.
State coming to town.
I thought about this one.
Plus 7.5 for Arizona State.
Yep.
This team playing for an interim coach. Time is running out for that coaching staff. I don't know what's going to happen to all the players. Disappointing year so far for Oregon State. Do you have to say
7-3 in their range.
Very little disappointing.
I expected them to win the conference.
I did. I expected them to be further up.
Yep.
Arizona State pulls the upset this week.
There we go.
I love how unrealistic you are with Mississippi State, and you flip. It's the complete difference with Oregon State.
I think Mississippi State should be better than they are. There's a ceiling. I mean, there's not a ceiling. They should be able to win whatever they want to win. This was supposed to be a really good year for Oregon.
Yeah, but Mississippi State's a better program than Oregon State. It has been a good year. They're 7-3.
They are. Not after they lose this weekend, 7-4.
Yeah,
and then
they can still win 10 games this year.
Oregon 7-5. That's you heard it here first. Beavers going down.
Oh,
all right, here we go.
What? Is it my turn?
It's time for the lead. Do we need the standings first?
I mean, Scott, do you mind showing the standings again? Is that a lot of work? No, there it is.
Well, as he shows the standings, do you need somebody to hold the vest or?
No. We're good. We're good, guys. I mean, I don't like y'all jumping the script. I don't always do costumes on this. Sometimes I just.
I did put my earplugs in though.
What?
You have the best poker face. Your nostrils flare.
Listen. Oh, really? My
When
nostrils
you're
flare?
trying to play it straight, your nostrils flare.
I can't not do that, right, sir? How do I not make my nostrils flare?
Stop breathing.
So I just want everybody to understand what's going on here, okay? So we do this pick every week, so it's 11 of those. And if you haven't heard this, if you haven't seen the segment, we're doing it at a different time than normal today. What I immediately do is I go down the sheet and I throw out anything that's under a touchdown. Like anybody can pick games that are under a touchdown. I want to pick games that are a touchdown or more. It just happens to be where we get our maximum points, but I think it makes the segment better. Now, if Lance, out of 11 games, touchdown or more, say I got 5 right, what would you say about that?
I would say that's pretty good. You're
Okay.
making money.
Out of 11, I got 6 right. What would you say about that?
You're making good money.
Out of 11, I got 7 right. What would you say about that?
You're starting to put your kid into college.
Put my kid into college. Would you perhaps call me the pick king at that point?
No.
Would I be the pick king, Lance?
Oh, no.
The pick king?
Pick King usually has a hat that fits.
Pick King Duck.
It's a little smaller than I thought.
What, did you get that
But I
from
got
King
a cape
Joffrey?
too. I got a cape too. Give me a second. Let me get my cape on and I'll make my pick. The pick king.
Yeah, let me take that back.
It's
All
here.
this money you're winning, you're spending on gear, wardrobe.
Yes, the pick king is here to make his picks.
Yeah.
Yes, hear ye. The pick king is here to make his picks. You peasants can't pick games. The pick king can pick games. And we are going to the Big Ten to pick games this week. I have killed the Big Ten this year, Rockstar.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think?
Big
Probably
10, huh?
5-0 in the Big Ten?
Oh, I think I'm probably 5-0 in the Big Ten. And again, I'm picking touchdown or more games, and I'm 5-0 in the Big Ten this year.
Hey, is it ironic we got a king and a dragon on the
king
set?
and a dragon. It's like Game of Thrones. You know what?
And a fork.
Oh,
and
yeah,
a fork.
Get you.
You know what the Pick King says about the Big Ten?
I don't like a crown that fits. Hey, wait.
The Big Ten favorites can eat cake. That's what the Big Ten. Let them eat cake. That's what the King says.
I think a queen said that, but
the
okay.
Pick King says it about the Big Ten, though, Dunaway. So the Pick King this week is going to the Big Ten. If this game were being played out the back of my castle, I would bitch at them about tearing up my grass, the royal grass. Don't tear up the royal grass. This is an awful game. Indiana plus the 10 and a hook.
Yeah, this is strong, man. They're 0-4 on the road.
Indiana 0-4 on the road. You know Rockstar who never goes 0-5 on the road.
Oh, God.
Indiana, the Hoosiers of Indiana.
Are you
That's right.
beheading a Spartan?
I am beheading a Spartan in typical King format. Thumbs up, thumbs down, Indiana. Thumbs up, Indiana? No? Thumbs down, Indiana.
No, wait, you want Indiana to win. You want thumbs up.
Thumbs down from Indiana so the Spartan loses his head. Indiana, Rockstar, the peasants in Vegas are giving me 10.5 full points.
We don't need those points, King. We don't need them.
Rockstar is correct. I tell you, peasants, you've gotten it right. They are giving us 10 points, but the Pick King doesn't need points. We never need points. Indiana.
He keeps going in different accents. We keep switching dialects.
Plus 10.5 points, but you peasants can have the points. Take these points. Eat cake. Eat these points. We don't need them. Indiana, straight up. It's my royal pick of the year. Indiana, straight up, Jim Dunaway.
I think he's getting dizzy with that tight hat.
That tight hat is way tighter than I wanted it to be.
away from your scalp.
Indiana.
A little span poof of hair there. I like that, though.
I don't want to mess my hair up. Indiana, plus the 10.5. It's my royal upset of the year.
I like it. That's the leader.
Thank you,
can't knock him.
You can't argue with it.
He is the Pick
peasants.
King. That is Ryan Brown's rendition of King Louis the Third.
14th, Jim. 14th.
Plus 10.5 Indiana. I don't like that play. Do you?
I kind of like it. I've liked a lot of his.
I like it when Dunaway thinks he's got a draft department with
I kind of liked it too.
Okay, well, I liked it. I
was just trying to set you up. I liked it too. Did you like mine?
I almost picked yours. I'm telling you, man.
I don't know. I mean, 7.5 is a lot of points.
Yeah.
Again, Oregon State's a better team. I think they win the game, but I could see you get under the number. I think we've all got winners this week.
All right, 3-0.
Rarely happens, but okay.
I'm just going to use all three in our pick three.
If you're just tuning in, just the visual.
What? The Pick King?
Yeah, if you're just tuning in to what the hell is going
Well,
on.
some of our old content we could have a grilling segment about to happen.
We could, yes. This cape is not comfortable. I don't know how they did this back in the day, Rockstar. This
I don't
cape-
think it's very authentic.
Oh, you don't think this is what the king?
I don't think he wore plastic.
Oh, okay. The Pick King does.
No. All right. That is the Upset Alert brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
I could have given you one of Lady Bird's furs to wear today. That's what the king needs, right?
Yes.
That's what the king needs, a Vizsla fur.
Yeah, our friends at Baumhauer's, again, they're celebrating 40 years. Make sure you stop by, enjoy the recession concession menu. Baumhauer's here to save you a few bucks with that recession concession menu that includes a complimentary beverage. You can get that classic tailgate burger, $7.99. How about the Bam Bam chicken, only $9.99? Go easy on your wallet with Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
There you go. Jace says, Jim saying Ocho Cinco's not about to walk through that door this weekend in my pick. Kellen, all hell the Pick King. He's all for you there.
That's right.
And Royal Payne says life has come full circle. Brown has morphed into Apache. The circle is now complete.
That's what you've always wanted to be, right?
That's right, yes.
One day you're going to disappear.
Milk crate.
All right. When we come back, more college football, including Kirby Smart trying to keep the Dogs dominant in number one. We'll talk about that and a lot more as we roll towards week 12 already of college football. The show being brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo. Time goes by fast. If you've got a junior or senior in your house and you're looking for a place to send them to college, think about the University of Montevallo. Just go to their website, montevallo.edu, and see about their athletics. If your son or daughter wants to continue their athletic career after high school, Montevallo has 21 fully funded scholarship sports right there. You can check it out, montevallo.edu. Great class sizes, very small, helps them academically, beautiful campus, so much more to check out at Montevallo. And schedule that in-person tour right now, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Nicole Auerbach, who does a wonderful job with The Athletic and some work on Sirius XM, the ESPNU Channel 84, sending out the official numbers now of the Big Ten media deal, which was announced back on August the 18th for over $1 billion annually. At the beginning of the contract, just over $60 million per school is expected.
I mean, that is pretty remarkable, especially for USC and UCLA. I don't know what they were getting per school in the Big 12.
I can remember.
Excuse me, the Pac-12.
I think I can remember when the SEC. I think I was already working in television when the SEC was dividing up literally, I think, half of $60 million, $30 million, $35 million.
That was a financial windfall.
Yeah, dividing it up among all of its teams, and now we're getting $60 million per school in the Big Ten, and the SEC is not going to be far off those numbers.
No, it will not be, and those two will go back and forth for decades to come on who's paying the most. But, I mean, if you're UCLA, this is what's keeping you solvent. I mean, UCLA, we've talked about that as how much financial trouble their program is in.
You can wipe out $102 million in debt pretty quickly when you're pulling in $60 million a year.
You know, the market is so bad. I was talking to our buddy Poochie last night at dinner. I wish you could invest in athletic programs.
Who would you invest in?
I mean, probably USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten.
I mean,
I'm just saying, it seems like those, you know, whether it's a professional franchise or athletic departments, they just continue to go upwards with the amount of money.
70 plus 70, more than $70 million by the end of the current contract the Big Ten has signed with Fox and NBC and CBS.
Yeah, I mean, good. It's good for USC and UCLA. It's the reason they're leaving, and it's the reason everybody else in that conference is so butthurt about it. But you wonder if they're done. I mean, do you think Oregon's going to the Big Ten? Do you think that'll ever happen, Oregon or Washington?
Well, I guess at that point, does these numbers change? Does the contract go up more?
Yeah, because if I'm a current Big Ten school, I'm like, hang on one second.
Yeah.
I was going to get $60 million until we invited them too, and now I'm getting $48 million.
Yeah, I don't want to divide it up without getting more.
I'm with you, yeah. And so you do wonder if adding Seattle and Portland and, you know, whatever other TV markets you think you can add with those two teams, if that is enough to boost it up to where I'm still getting my $60 million.
But I would tell you that if I am Fox, NBC, or CBS, I watch Big Ten football this year, and, you know, I look at, you know, Illinois and Michigan and Ohio State and Maryland this weekend. Would it be a lot more entertaining if it was Washington and Michigan, or Oregon and Michigan, or USC and Michigan, or UCLA and Michigan, and Ohio State with any of those teams and some of the other Big Ten? I mean, Big Ten football is fairly boring if you get outside of the Ohio State and Michigan, a little bit of Penn State. You get outside that round, but really Ohio State and Michigan, if Ohio State and Michigan's not involved, it gets pretty boring pretty quick.
Oh, I mean, think about 11 a.m., Wisconsin, Nebraska this week, or Northwestern, Purdue, or Indiana, Michigan State. Now we've got something to watch Indiana, Michigan State for because of the Pick King.
The Pick King has played that one.
But those are terrible games.
But you see what I'm saying? I would rather, if you've got Oregon and Washington joining USC and UCLA, now that gives more entertaining games for the brands, for Michigan and Ohio State.
But the Big Ten this year has become what they used to bitch about the SEC being. They used to say, the SEC's not any good. It's just Alabama and LSU at the top, or Alabama and Georgia at the top. That's what they used to say about the SEC, right? It's not a great conference, it's just good at the top. Well, the Big Ten's become that this year. You got two good teams.
This year? Or has it always been that way?
No, but even last year you had Michigan State. That was a good football team.
Yeah, and the year before Wisconsin. I mean, you've mixed teams in.
Yeah, but Michigan.
Not like the SEC has, though.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, but the SEC, you're talking about this year the SEC has?
No, I mean, throughout, since 2000, the SEC, different champions you've had.
It's different champions, but there have been times where it's a legitimate criticism that the SEC was extremely top-heavy, and there were a lot of good teams, but you had two really good teams that made the rest of the conference kind of boring.
Yeah, okay.
That's been a legit criticism, and that's what's happened with the Big Ten this year.
But when you're rolling LSU as a national champion in 2019 out there, Alabama in 2020, Georgia in 2021, there's three different teams right there, and you can go back at times. And now you've got Tennessee. Now you've got Ole Miss in the
but
mix.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about you being top-heavy, where in a given year there's only one or two good teams in your conference. That's where the Big Ten is this year. They used to point at the SEC saying that's what you are.
For my life, it has, for the more often than not, by a large number, it's been Ohio State and Michigan and everybody else in that conference.
I think for a lot of the last decade, it's been Ohio State and everybody else in that conference. I mean, Michigan is just now getting to the party.
Yeah, Michigan in the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
And in my rankings tonight, I'd have them ahead of Ohio State by one.
And honestly, that conference has won one national championship since 2006.
It has. It's not produced a Tide.
But they have the crown right now of the best media rights deal. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap, keeping your gutters in shape during winter.
Look, you can tell on a day like today with a little rain whether or not those gutters are clean and free-flowing. You need to keep them that way, and you can do it with our friends at Gutter Cap. Leaves are falling. Last thing you want to do is get out that dangerous ladder, get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. Keep debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Kirby Smart's the number one coach in the country right now, the defending national champ, and his team really, really looks invincible at this point. Talking with Dog Nation, his news conference this week, Kirby Smart, on what it takes to sustain the success you see with the Bulldogs now.
It's the pitfall of every profession or everything people do in society is being able to repeat habits. And can you do that? Can you do what you do better than the people in your profession on a daily basis and not get bored with monotony? It's hard to sustain anything in life, in your career, whatever it is. And you want to be the best sports writer, you want to be the best broadcaster, you want to be the best, you got to do it better than the other people in your profession. And you got to do that by recreating yourself, by consistently outworking someone. And sometimes people get comfortable. And when you get comfortable, you're not always at your best. And we're trying our best to be at our best. That's our job.
Yeah, and it's not easy to do, as he says there, in any walk of life. Kentucky's doing a pretty good job. So is there a problem with Kentucky this week? Kirby's gotten really good about building up the next opponent, and he sees a path to victory for Kentucky. Listen to him talk him up.
Extremely physical and tough. When you ask our kids over the last 2 years what the most physical game they played in, to a man, almost every one of them talks about how physical the Kentucky game was 2 years ago up there, and then at our place last year, where they went on a 20-something play drive against our defense to end the game. And their defense is one of the tops in the conference year in, year out, but that way this year as well. So great challenge for us to go on the road, tough environment, day game, and looking forward to the opportunity.
Day game.
That's just something I got to.
Did you ask him, are you going to sit some players because you're in the SEC championship?
Oh, he'd love that. That'd be a Saban-esque answer on that one.
I mean, their best win is Mississippi State.
Who?
Kentucky.
Yeah, no, Kentucky's not a good team. And though they may be the most physical game they play, if that's what Kirby's kids really say, one of the teams Kentucky has not been able to drag down. Kentucky's really good at dragging teams down to their level of play. They haven't been able to do that to Georgia.
If they're able to do it, it would be on the back of Chris Rodriguez, who was physical last week, had a couple of good runs, and a loss against Vanderbilt. Is there a chance Vandy backs it up with another win this week? They got Florida. I looked at it a little bit on possible upset alert in Nashville.
It's in
Florida
Nashville.
And Vandy.
I don't know what the weather's going to be. Florida doesn't play a lot of cold weather games, but I know the weather here is going to stay pretty cold. So I think it'll kind of be a nasty weather day.
And you go back through the year, Florida has not connected back-to-back games very well this year.
It's just hard to believe. Do you really believe Vandy is going to win back-to-back
after losing 26
in a row? 43 is your high Saturday. What time's that game kick? Is that a day game?
That is a day game.
Yeah, it's 11 a.m.
11 a.m. So you're looking Saturday at around freezing at kick. So, it's not going to be a gorgeous day up there. I don't know if that helps or hurts.
Florida and Vandy, part of the weekend coming up in the SEC with some teams on the road. It's the weekend that a lot of I wish they'd get rid of this weekend. I really do. You guys good with us?
It's gotten better, though, Jim. I mean, there was a year where you might have one conference game in this weekend. You'd have some bye weeks in years past. You'd have a bunch of Alabama, Austin Peay.
Yeah, okay. Western Kentucky and Auburn and UAB and LSU will be competitive games. I have no interest in New Mexico State, Missouri, UMass A&M, ETSU, Mississippi State, Austin Peay, and Alabama. Just I wish we were at the point this part of the year where it was conference games only to the end.
I agree, like the Big Ten does it.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you play all your non-conference on the front end.
I agree.
At some point, we say to ourselves, no out-of-conference games past
Well,
Halloween.
except for Florida State, Kentucky, Louisville, your traditional Clemson, South Carolina.
Your traditional rivalries.
Yeah.
Everybody else is conference games from this point on.
I would agree with you.
Yeah. All right, final segment coming up, including a little bit more college football and a look at what's happening tonight in basketball. The show being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic, keeping you in line for another weekend of football.
Yeah, they do a great job. Dr. Lee does that with Greystone Chiropractic. They're in Tattersall Park, just off 119 and 280. Under the same roof, you'll find Element Wellness. You can see more at elementwellness.me. They got great things like red light therapy, where they use low-level wavelengths of red light to treat skin issues, wrinkles, scars, persistent wounds. It helps with circulation, cell production, anti-aging, and much more. You can also see IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, the infrared sauna, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that at Element Wellness. That's elementwellness.me, elementwellness.me. Tattersall Park, just off 119 and 280. Go see them at Element Wellness. See more at elementwellness.me.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Basketball tonight, Winthrop and Auburn, SEC Network, or Andy Burcham and company on the Auburn Tiger Radio Network tonight, if you want to listen to that. But 6 o'clock on the SEC Network for Auburn at Neville Arena. Alabama doesn't play until 9 Central down in Mobile, and that game is on ESPNU. If you want to watch it tonight, if you're not down in the Mobile area and want to watch your Tide play a little basketball tonight, 9 p.m. on ESPNU, or you can hear it on the Crimson Tide Sports Network with our buddy Chris Stewart and Brian Passing on the call there. Part of our show brought to you by JohnstonRVCenter.com. Before we give you our final thoughts,
go see America in an RV from Johnston RV Center, and now is a great time to do it. You got about a month and a half left of them closing out the 22s to make room for those 23s already showing up. But listen, they're going fast, so you need to make sure you get there. You can upgrade your fifth wheel. You can get just, great tow behinds, the light ones, the big ones, the small ones. They got everything there. Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Before Brown tells you about television ratings, tonight, Tuesday night, I'm speaking at the Huntsville, or a quarterback club in the Huntsville area. I don't really know which quarterback club. It may be the Huntsville Quarterback Club.
All right.
I will tell you that because I am the opening.
That's the name of our swingers club. Thank you for speaking.
Yeah. I'm only the opening band, the opening act to guess who. Who am I about to ride 2 hours in a car with to Huntsville, Alabama, and then 2 hours home with tonight?
Jeff Saturday.
Not Jeff Saturday.
What about Rick Carley?
Not Rick Carley. Wimp Sanderson. About to ride with Wimp tonight to Huntsville, the quarterback.
Ask him how the Blue Plate's been doing.
I'll ask him how the Blue Plate's been doing.
Would you be offended if he sat in the back seat?
Turn that, please.
Yeah,
tell him the Pit King's on fire for the Blue Plate.
He keeps telling me I've got directions to this place. I don't think Wimp's going to be a Waze guy. He's going to be amazed. He's going to be amazed when we're riding down the road and it says,
"Look for the big rocket ship." That's all it says.
Car stalled on right. He's going to be like, how does he know that?
Who's talking to you, Jim?
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. All right. But Brown's got these television numbers from this past weekend.
It was the most watched NFL game of the season so far. 29.2 million people watched Dallas Green Bay.
29.2 million.
Yeah,
that is amazing.
When you talk about brands dying hard, that Green Bay brand is dying hard. Not a great team.
And that Carly brand, too. I mean, Cowboy brand, too.
Chipper Jones.
Chipper Jones. I was reading over there.
Yep.
There's no room for Carly's ego in Jim's car.
At least the
With all the Emmys in there.
That's funny. At least the Dallas brand is in contention for their division. Green Bay's just not a good team this year. But there were a lot of things at play here.
But I'm amazed at just that number, Brown, because what's the most watched? Give me the ballpark on most watched college game of the year.
The most watched college game was Tennessee, Georgia. I think it hit about 14 million, give or take 100,000.
So 14 million for the most watched college game, and that's about where the national championship game will be.
It'll be a little higher than that, but yes.
29 million for a regular season game.
That was available to 94% of the country, too. So that's really about the only game on TV at that time.
Yeah, well, the national championship college football game is the only one available at that time. It'll barely be above 14 million.
The NFL's a pretty big deal, Jim.
Yeah.
Dallas, Green Bay, though, that's two really big brands. Really big brands.
At Lambeau Field. I watched it, too. I turned off
I
the
did
other
too.
games, too, and watched it myself.
That's how it works.
All right. We look forward to the show tomorrow live with you at 9 a.m. Central. Don't forget a new Bama and Bourbon is out later today. Aaron Suttles and Lance talking Alabama football. Aaron had some thoughts after the win in Oxford. You'll want to hear them in Bama and Bourbon, the new edition that's coming up. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.